Good morning, evening, afternoon, dark side of the moon, wherever you're from. Hope you're having some love. I'm Cryptomeria, and it's good to see everyone. Going into round 2 of all my taxes today. I'm an artist out of British Columbia, beautiful Victoria, or what's left of it. I'm sure we'll get our city back. Sorta. It's just we have issues here. Yeah, enough to fill a magazine stand. So I'm just gonna pull up my blog. I'm actually, if you may notice, I am not streaming on X right now. Because apparently I said something naughty to Adrian Dix, like he can go jump in the ocean. They did this nice him and Mark Holland, they did this nice photo op, and it's like, yeah, we're gonna, and I was like, you see that ocean behind it? Can you go jump in it? And apparently that was violent speech. So I'm still on a 10-hour and 20-minute timeout. I'm good. Good to see you. I'm good. I just got a little timeout on X, which is something I'm just like, and so I'm gonna actually hopefully find that blog. See if I can find the right one. Because I just couldn't believe it. I was like, what do you mean this is like bad speech? I think it's this one. Oh, God. There's too many screens up. Nope, that's the other one. Okay. Sometimes it gets so mixed up. There we go. See if that's it. No, that's the same one. I don't want to lose that one. Maybe I'll just like stick with the blog I was going on the last stream. Keep it simple. Like I'll get to the new one eventually. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, it magically pops up. Oh, I said something bad apparently. I told some government officials they could take a swim. you know, and they deserve jail, which they do. Adrian Dix absolutely deserves jail. I'm sorry, he helped tank the economy. The BC medical system is a fucking joke. Like Michael Moore, who did like, oh, Canada has this great healthcare system. He would come if he knew how bad it was. He would like come up here and bitch slap Dix himself. Like that's not violence. That's like, I want a doctor. Oh man. Okay. Oh, I see
But
why
Justin
this.
Trudeau is just so rogue these days. It wouldn't surprise me if this was something he did on purpose.
I'm
I
gonna
know that
pull up
sounds
this
so
one
outlandish,
from
and I don't think I would
before.
have said that until recently. But everything to Justin Trudeau is a
Yeah,
photo op
it
or it's sort of
was. It was
emotional outburst. So
awesome.
maybe it was just
Yeah, you
confidence,
could
or maybe
like
it was sort of one of those
walk right into a
whoopsie
clinic
on
and
purpose
get a
confidence. I
doctor,
don't know.
even if
But it
you
certainly
didn't
set the
have one.
tone for the weekend when short hours later there was
No.
another Hamas hate march. Not this time in front of two G7 leaders, but rather in a synagogue north of Toronto. A synagogue. A synagogue is a house of worship. It's a Jewish place. It has no more to do with the state of Israel than a church has to do with Switzerland, even though the Swiss flag is a Christian cross.
Hey, I'll put
or
on
the
a
flag
sweater.
of Norway. More than a dozen flags have a cross on them. But I think people know that going to a church and protesting at a Christian church because it has a cross, that's not how you protest against allegedly your concerns about a country. But of course, they're concerns of these Hamas hate marches. Like
that
Hamas
is the perfect way
the
to describe the
for
Canadian
extermination of
healthcare
Jews.
system.
And the Hamas hate marches in Ontario, they want to protest Jews. Here's some footage of what that looked like. Our reporter David Menzies was there. There's also a citizen journalist named Karina Sad who was there with her cameraman. Here's some images from this protest
that song just
synagogue. A Jewish synagogue. It's not an Israeli outpost. It's not a political outpost. Take a look at this.
Sorry, I'm teasing you now. This is nuts. Like, this was actually pretty nuts footage. There's more I pull up. I don't know if it's on the one I'm doing today. I mean, I have one about my whole X disaster. It's only 10 hours. I could stream there later. It's, you know. I have one. I just don't use it. Maybe I need a good producer. Someone's pulled the camera. I'm sorry. It's really hard to do yourself while you're trying to hold the camera. And I know there's tripods, but it's not just the same as someone who can zoom in. Get the
extremists and Antifa. There are some white woke Antifa types there. One of the tactics that Antifa uses, I've seen it myself, is they have these extreme noisemakers. Not just
they're insane,
noisy, but
like they're just
extremely
idiots.
Noisy. More than 100 decibels. The kind of thing that if it was put near you would cause
and actually they're starting to
personal deafness. And one of the regular protests there deployed that weapon, actually gave it to her child. Take a look at this from Karima Sad.
Palestine is not for sale. Palestine is not for sale.
Did you pay your rent yet, Lee? Did you pay your rent? Did you fucking pay your rent?
Everybody knows what that is. It's not just a noise maker. It is a weapon. It would be like shooting a laser pointer in someone's eyes. You don't need to punch someone to assault and batter them. You can assault and batter them with sound, with lights, or with other things. And police saw this and, of course, did nothing. It reminds me of a few weeks ago.
Not my war.
When these same Hamas hate marches blocked off a Jewish neighborhood.
I think we need to start putting Canada first.
Just Jewish houses and synagogues. And Hamas literally blocked the streets. Oh, and police, they brought coffee for the Hamas protesters. Remember this?
No one told them they can't come back unless they see what's okay instead.
Okay, I'll just ask just so. Sorry, it's the person with the vest.
Yellow vest on the walk.
How did you get coffee from the police?
We're not the police. Someone
they just the cops just hand out like.
Our little messages. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on.
Again, credit to Karima Satra on the street video. I'm going to show you a couple of minutes now. The whole clip is 6 minutes. I'm not going to show the whole thing, but I'm going to show a fair bit of it. You'll watch this video again from Karima, who's there on the ground, which is interesting because she's pretty nonpartisan. I can't even tell which side she's on. I think she's Muslim, and her videographer is Jewish. That's an interesting combination, and I think she does a pretty good job of just showing the story.
But it's
and
like,
she's always there on the ground. And
it's Canada. Like, we shouldn't.
Here she shows.
We should be putting Canada first.
A woman on the pro-Hamas side hit a police officer.
Yeah.
Have you ever done that in your life? Hit a police officer? I don't recommend it.
Yes, actually, I have.
Here she hit the police officer. That happens around 17 seconds into this video.
No charges.
And they arrest her. They put hands on her. They say things that are not.
I don't remember doing it, so it's kind of like even worse, like hearing about it after the fact. And also, this guy was like actually pretty gorgeous. I was like, oh, I beat up officers, sexy. This just keeps getting worse.
Just let that happen. She
don't beat up officers, sexy.
She was arrested by police, and the Hamas thugs pulled her away. And the police sort of say, oh,
although I don't remember it, it's just, they were like, do you want to see the film footage? I'm like, no, it's probably better if it saves on therapy. It is getting worse, sir. It is. Like, this shouldn't be Canada right now. I mean, people like to say what they will about the truckers' protest and that whole protest, but this, I don't see bouncy castles. I don't see Canadian flags. I don't see like street hockey and people like having barbecues and like giving socks, like shoveling snow. I don't see any of these Palestinian protesters shoveling the sidewalks. And after like some of these protests, they are actually disgusting, the amount of garbage that happens. Meanwhile, the truckers had organized teams to go around, make sure all the sidewalks are clear. Meanwhile, we got like after some of the Ukrainian protests, where I was like appalled at the amount of garbage that was going on. Like, people weren't clear. Like, I know it seems like a dumb thing to say, but shoveling snow in Canada, you really are a superhero. And even people in Ottawa, like, they were like, yeah, the horns were annoying, but holy shit, it was safe. Like, I wasn't part of it until like way after. Like, I was just rebroadcasting it, and I lost. I mean, I still have all the links and everything. I didn't lose everything, but I was connected after the fact. Yeah, I had nothing to do with it. I'm literally across the continent, 4,000 kilometers away. And, I was just watching in horror as the House of Commons really became a communist state. I don't know how else to say it. It is. And meanwhile, like, these protests are starting to get violent. They are also protesting outside of synagogues, which you are not actually legally allowed to do. Everyone supports their right to protest, but a synagogue is not. I would feel uncomfortable having all these lovely folks show up outside of my church or a place of worship. And if I showed up like this, outside of a mosque, arrested like that. Like that. No, that's hate speech. That's hate speech. Meanwhile, they are showing up outside a mosque. That's wrong. What the fucking brain? It's not a road. Hey, they'll find another thing to protest. They will find another cause. Half of these people were at Ukraine. They were at. Well, she should fucking mind her manners. Like, if she's a minor, then where's her fucking parents? Maybe the cops can take her home. She probably shouldn't be out there in that environment if she's a minor. Like, hey, no. That was a real comment. No. I know you do, but no. Just no problem.
Have you ever seen such a thing in Canada?
I've never seen. I've seen protests, but nothing like this.
During the entire
like in the truckers' convoy, look like a dance party.
You saw more violence in that one Hamas hate march than in all the truckers combined. And yet the reaction when it was
just
truckers
as croaky, hun.
was riot squads, martial law, jailing Tamara Leach and Arthur Pavlovsky and the like. Absolute baton-swinging thuggery from police against peaceful protests against vaccine mandates.
But they
are Hamas hate marches. Hit a cop and
they are hate marches. They are not protests.
Was an arrest made, and it's a very unfortunate.
And if you think, oh, you're Islamophobic, it's like, no,
was charged with assault and he was improperly.
Trust me, I don't like Zionists any better, but this shouldn't be Canada. Time to let it go, stop it. It's not going to change anything. And these, unfortunately, are paid protesters. They are getting paid to do this. This is like the new form of income in Canada. I've thought about doing like an underground investigation, but they scare me too much. Like the environmental ones, like these ones, like it scares me too much to even attend protests. Like,
now I think, judging by his name, he's Jewish, and obviously I'm against people using nail guns at all for violence. Nail guns are a construction tool. I would be against people hitting someone with a hammer. It's morally wrong to shoot someone with a nail gun. If I have to say it, there I've said it. And from a pragmatic and practical point of view, putting aside morality, it obviously undermines your cause to use a nail gun, because now you're the violent one, even though these were Hamas hate marches. To respond with a nail gun is inappropriate morally and politically. He was charged. I'm sure he'll be prosecuted, and I don't know if he'll be convicted, but the video doesn't look great. But why did that happen? Why would if I understand correctly, he was just a construction guy. I understand he may have even been swarmed. Someone told me that happened, but I haven't seen the videotape. Why would he feel the need to use a nail gun? I'm not going to get into his mind. I have no idea. Again, I say that using a nail gun is wrong, but perhaps it was a frustration, a reaction to the fact that police obviously and simply don't give a damn anymore about Jews or Jewish places.
Well, and the scary thing about a protest like that, like, yes, it was absolutely wrong for him to come out with a nail gun, but at the same time, I don't blame him for being afraid, because like, you get a protest like that turns into a mob, they turn on you, and I'd rather be, many blessings. It's scary. I'd rather face like bears in the bush, because this is wrong, and this shouldn't be Canada. I'm not sure if this one's a Canadian one or an American one. We'll see.
And the journey begins. Christy Riddle and her 9-month-old baby Charlie have their daily routine down. We're almost there, dude. They leave from the emergency homeless shelter in downtown San Diego at 6:30 in the morning. We made it, Charlie. Head up Elm Street to 4th Avenue. We made it. And catch the 11 bus.
Are we on the bus? Are we on the bus, Boopy?
Homelessness isn't new to Riddle. The 26-year-old has lived a life of poverty, sleeping under bridges and in tents. The second of 9 siblings, she never finished high school. Her only work experience was in a thrift store.
Ready to go see
Oh,
Daddy? Dirty
it
Dave?
is scary here. It's not just
Little
the
Charlie
States.
seems to enjoy the bumpy bus ride. His big blue eyes take everything in.
It's not
After
just the
5 minutes,
States.
they arrive at their
It's
stop.
really bad
Christy
here.
pushes Charlie in
That's
the
why I keep
overloaded
looking at
stroller
other
2 more
countries.
blocks,
I'm like,
and they cross the street at 6th
you
and
know,
Lucas near Balboa Park.
what's going on is a long way from just
that?
pot.
Families make up a third of the nation's homeless population. The National Center on Family Homelessness estimates 1.6 million children will experience homelessness this year.
Something.
Charlie? Boy?
Emergency shelters are feeling the strain.
Sorry.
The number of San Diego families waiting to get into a long-term shelter is at an all-time high. Waiting lists average 2 to 4 months. During the wait, many families stay at emergency shelters like the San Diego Rescue Mission, which has been open capacity just about every
And
night
how
for the
many are
past 2
taking
years.
over? It's going to be kind of a bumpy ride for the next few days until my account, even if I had like everything paid up, it'd still be delayed. This is just because Canada is on phone rations. If this isn't World War III, because we have smaller like chocolate pieces and they aren't even real chocolate. They can't even legally say that they were legally chocolate anymore. They had to call them confectionery candy. That's, and then you get this tiny little piece. Like, how isn't this rations? How isn't and I hope everyone's feeling good about sending all this money overseas. Next time you go to the grocery store and get like this tiny little bag. No, a friend he was in Nebraska and he was like, yeah, I went to like Walmart. I got like 3 big plastic bags and like even water, even like a big thing of water. And it was $20. I'm like, that would be probably $400 here. Like, I'm not kidding. It's gotten so expensive. What do you say? What do you do when you live in a shoe?
The number of San Diego families waiting to get into a long-term shelter is at an all-time high. Waiting lists average 2 to 4 months. During the wait, many families stay at emergency shelters like the San Diego Rescue Mission, which has been over.
If I walk away too long, it just
sleep in the hall because we just ran out of room in here. But we
it
just
should
pushed
be
it
better
together
when I
and
get the
somehow they all fit.
regular data.
Molly Downs is director of the Rescue
Not
Mission's
just the
Women and Children's
data
Emergency
rations,
Shelter.
like,
She says in her
will
13
be
years
nice.
of working with
We
the
will
homeless,
take
she's never
it
seen
off.
so
We
many
just,
families in need.
We've been keeping families. Usually they stay for
I
30
need
days, and
to
we've had to
get
keep
like,
them for 3 or 4
I need
months.
to
Some of
do
them
2
longer.
lines
The
again.
emergency shelter is only
I hate
licensed to be
doing
open
that,
from
but
7
it's
at night
just so
to
much
7 in the
cheaper.
morning. During the day, the older children go
I'll
to
sort
school,
it out.
but the little ones endure a tough day with mom on the streets. Down says the first question moms ask when they arrive is, "Where do we go during the day?"
Really, I have nowhere to tell them because there is no place.
Down says most families go to a park, just like the Riddles. 51-year-old Charles Riddle greets his wife Christy and his baby at this grassy park every morning, which has become home to little Charlie.
Spread out the blanket underneath that tree and
hang out for the day.
yeah, we're here all day.
They've memorized the timing of the sun and when to move the blanket to keep it in the shade.
What's up, Charlie?
A squirrel shares their tree and entertains Charlie, who's just learning to crawl.
I feel like being interviewed, not allowed to be a baby like a normal baby where he can just take off crawling across the
Sorry, it's because I have limited data right now. So, sorry, I'm trying the best. You see me now? Yeah, you see me now. Okay, I'm not even pulling that up. Okay, I love her makeup art and stuff. And as someone, like, I can appreciate her doing this, but why would you do this? Just don't do this.
So I may have done a thing, and now I don't know
Don't
what
do
to
a thing.
I dressed in Doja Cat's iconic red look for New York Fashion Week, and now I don't know how to get it off my body.
Well, what, Mike? I'm sorry. Like, is this like better? Here. I'll just like put on the fucking burqa. Here we go. Is this like better for you, Mike? This better? Oh, better cover up the hands. Hands might be offensive. Oh my god. Do I have hair peeking out? Like, fuck off. Oh, dude, like, sorry, I'm comfortable. Like, it's these, you know. Yeah, don't do this. Oh, this is weird. This is like, wow, I think everyone does.
Bill Gates is out here to prove lizard people. They're just like us. One shot, please. Hold up. Wait a minute. One.
I thought you'd seen him, Mike. I mean, I'm not gonna flop him out here, but oh. I appreciate the compliment. Thank you.
Why would you say one chai like this?
TMI, Mike. TMI.
This isn't how you do one. That's how you do one. This is something very different.
Satanic black sick.
Hey, you boys talk together. Chroma can show you some photos. Whatever, it's like they're boobs. You've seen boobs before. This is so cute. For Halloween, our principal shaved his head and dressed like Gru. All the teachers were minions. Yeah. This chick, I just couldn't believe.
Woman who voted for Joe Biden's
I can tell, Mike. I can tell.
This man that brought me on a date to Shake Shack.
They were
Like,
there
from
all
places.
along.
Look
It
at-
just.
You got all the chains and stuff like that on your neck. And she might have been wrong.
Shake Shack is nothing wrong. Then you order the chicken sandwich and stuff like it's nothing wrong with Shake Shack. Shake Shack is a good spot. You tripping?
Really?
If the guy took you out, like, I'd be happy, like.
I mean, this what you got me. That's it. You got me 2 sandwiches and a drink.
So what? And it cost me $50.
This cost you $50.
$50. It cost me $50.
Let me see the receipt.
What the fuck? Let me see the receipt. Like, oh my god, this chick is never gonna get laid for the next decade. Who would want to take out
I'm with that guy. I like Shake Shack.
like,
And if you're this ungrateful, then you can go find yourself someone else.
I know. That one turned out so well, Tom. And that one is gonna be a longer one. I have another one I'm trying to do. It just, oh god. Yeah. Trudeau is a creepy man.
The issue of gender and your gender policy is a bit in the rearview mirror now, but then the Prime Minister brought it all back up. He was in Edmonton just
He's
a
a
few days
creepy
ago
man.
and really going after you, both while he was there at a news conference and online since. He's taken a very different and aggressive tone compared to you. What's your response to him? Do you think that he actually understands your policy, which seems to have widespread
It's a
support?
good policy.
Well, I think the reason our policy has widespread support is because it's so reasonable. I mean, I started with having met with many transgender individuals
It
over
is
the
so
years,
fair.
knowing that we have a bit of gap in our medical support for those who have transitioned, especially when it
Oh
comes
my
to
God.
surgical aftercare, as well as the long-term support for
It's
for
almost like the
hormone
Mike
therapy and
Myers,
the impact
like
it has on a
Austin
person
Powers, right?
for their lifetime. So we started by saying those are the gaps we need to fill. And then it begins the conversation
I
about
know
at
that
what point
song.
should
I
someone make a
I
decision
should
to
use
make,
that for
life-changing
for an
uncomfortable
animation.
decisions to
That would be
their body
hilarious.
that'll affect their
Because like I can
their ability
sing
to
that
have
one
kids.
good.
It just seems evident that
when it came out, it
over
was probably
18, these are
inappropriate
adult
for me to.
decisions. And so over 18 is the
We didn't
age
know
that we
what
felt was
it really
appropriate to be
meant.
making surgical decisions. But
Not like
when you
kids
start
these
getting onto
days.
puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones, that also starts you down a path that could lead to infertility. So we wanted to
Yeah,
make sure
it
that
does.
decisions were made at
It's not
age
bad
that child
tattoo. You
is
can't
able to fully
reverse
comprehend
it.
the consequences of what they're
Once
choosing.
those puppies are
we
gone.
put a ban in place on age 15 and under being on those types of treatments. We want to make sure that families have support with mental health support and good counseling so that as
Yeah,
kids
I
are
can
figuring
read
this
it,
out, the whole
Chrome. I
family's
just think
involved,
everyone's
because
ignoring
it
you.
really is an entire family
Like,
affair.
it's
So
sort
we
of
wanted
like
to ensure that
Algiers.
the schools were working alongside parents
Yes.
to make sure those kids receive support, as opposed to keeping secrets And so if it is the case that a child is transitioned at school and everyone knows and the teacher is calling them by a different name and different pronouns and it's part of the school record, the families have to be involved in that. And then the final piece, of course, was on transgender athletes. So I think we've heard from many females born athletes how unfair they feel that it is to compete against somebody who is male born. And so we want to ensure everyone has an option to participate in sports. So more co-ed and all gender categories, but also making sure that those sports where especially there's an advantage to those who are male born, that we have a biological female only category. So I think we got the right balance. And I think that there's a sort of a smear that
No. Okay. Well, I'm still on Rumble.
that the Prime Minister is trying to bring forward against all parents who want to be involved in these really crucial decisions for their kids. And I think the reason why people are on our side on it is they realize that it's very reasonable and balanced.
Well, I think what was lost in much of the coverage of your announcement several weeks ago now was that you did start with the decision of saying, okay, look, there are gaps in care for people who are going through a transition. We will look after that. We will provide support. That was pretty much ignored, and it was portrayed as you attacking the trans community.
And nothing could be further from the truth. Right now, the transgender surgeries that we pay for are being performed in Quebec. And I can tell you that I just received a briefing note that says that phalloplasty actually has a 100% complication rate. So if you're going to have complications with that kind of surgery, you darn well better have people trained up and on site and on hand to be able to deal with that. So that's been very much on my mind, is that when people make these kinds of decisions that are going to result in a greater need for very specialized care, then we've got to make sure that we're bridging that gap. And I that is the starting point for us. But I think when we were talking about what occurs when someone goes through a transition, we be very clear about it. Because if you do end up removing your reproductive organs,
you feed the soul and you feed the body. I think
if you start onto puberty blockers and you go through puberty, you're not able to
essentially
have
like
I do
remember
think that, we have to make a decision about at what
one
age
of your
pizza
streams, and
most,
I'm like,
most studies and most assessment points to age 16 and 17 being the age that kids are able to understand the long-term consequences associated with that kind of decision. And so that's why we put that up there as the starting point. So we're going to continue to get feedback.
Same. I think I actually have one.
The overwhelming feedback that we're getting is that we struck the right balance.
And polling would seem to indicate that, but the Prime Minister is portraying this as an attack that will lead to suicides, an attack on the trans community, on the LGBTQ plus community. That it is far-right politicians, that is social conservatives. I mean, anybody calling you a social conservative has never spent 5 minutes talking to you, because that is definitely not where you come from within politics, unless things have changed. But as long as I've known you, that has not been something that I would ascribe to you. So how do you respond to the very personal and politicized attacks
not today,
that you're facing, be it from the Prime Minister or from an awful lot in the media who don't seem to look at the issue, don't seem to look at the balance in your position, the polling, where people are at. They just, you've got the majority of people on your side, and yet you're the one constantly called controversial.
Say that I hope that there's some good reporting done on the changing clinical practice around the world, because there have been other jurisdictions that took a look at this and realized that the process of diagnosing gender dysphoria needs more rigor. And so they're also in places like the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, Finland, Norway, Sweden, that they're also questioning the clinical practice and developing new criteria guidelines. And so we in politics have to be alive to the fact that there are alternative views in the medical industry. and among medical professionals. And I know that there's this reflexive approach that seems to be taken in Canada.
See, I knew
but
I'd
once a
catch you
narrative
at
sets
work.
in,
I'm a
everybody
brat,
assumes
eh?
that there's no
Even more than
dissenting
you.
or alternative ways at looking at complicated issues. I have always taken a different view. Maybe it's because of the history that I've had. I think it's very important for us to not be closed-minded and to be aware that there are changing clinical practices, and we have to be prepared to respond to that. So I don't accept what the Prime Minister is saying. I know that he's trying to get people angry and worked up. I have always looked at this through the perspective of the child. I don't think that it does children any good to feel like somehow they're going to be rejected. And the approach that's been taken so far, where there's this notion that teachers should be keeping secrets from families, I think it's outrageous.
No. If there
we have to make sure that that child's supported.
Who is trying to get your kid to keep secrets from you, you need to report them to the police.
That we're going to make sure
wrong.
that parents and kids stay together. Because that's the fact of the matter, is that when somebody makes this kind of life-altering decision, a teacher is sort of a temporary influence in their life. A family is a permanent influence in a person's life. And I've been quite alarmed to see some of the discussion that thinks that parents and families should be kept out of the mix. We need to know that as kids are walking these journeys, that they have their loving family members with them every step of the way.
Absolutely. And overwhelmingly, even in just what I seen at the protests for like the Million Children March, like the one in, to protect parental rights that got stormed by all these trans activists. Overwhelmingly, none of the Muslims were actually worried. Like, if my kid is like this, we will love them and accept them, but we are not going to let the province, the federal government, or anyone else tell us that we do not have rights over our children. It was, I think it's time people actually stand out. And if I get in trouble for it, this one was good. It breaks down how happy it's a loaded question for me, hun. We get our military to support them, but it's not like Canada borders Russia or anything. So why shouldn't we give everything to the Ukraine?
I'm also looking at stamp duty relief for people who purchase more than one dwelling in a single transaction. Multiple dwellings relief. I see the deputy leader of the Labour Party paying close attention, given multiple dwellings.
Now, this is the British Parliament, but it applies here. Oh, you're not going to get murdered.
Too much excitement. We haven't actually heard, because we can't hear what the Chancellor is trying to say. Okay, and I can hear who is shouting there. You won't get to speak later. Chancellor.
I'm sorry to disappoint her, but multiple dwellings relief was not actually designed for her, but intended to... It was intended to support investment in the private rented sector, but an external evaluation found no strong evidence that it had done so, and that it was being regularly abused. So I'm going to abolish it.
We're almost getting lilacs. I love lilacs. If we get them, I'm raiding the tree. I don't care what. Yeah. Well, I know a lot of people, family and friends over there who are starting to be like, maybe this shouldn't happen the way it is. Unfortunately, in Canada, it's, oh, you can just walk right across. Don't worry. Because right now in Canada, we have like this southern border in the States where people from anywhere in the world can just walk across. You think they're staying in the States where people have guns. They can open carry. It's part of their constitution. Meanwhile, in Canada, we're just sitting ducks. I hate, yeah. Yes, very true. Very true, my friend. But what do we even say about it? Like, you can't say much.
Just this morning, a Providence MP shared a truly sickening email.
No, it can't. Criminals can have guns. But legal gun owners, the government is trying to, take them back from us. It's scary, Chroma. Like, legal gun owners. No, meanwhile, I can go downtown and probably buy a gun for $50 on the black market. Because criminals don't care if you have a license. But if I want to own a gun legally as a citizen, it's actually like a 6-month course. And I have to keep them locked up. If I go to the range, I have to report. I am going to the range with my guns. I cannot stop. Say you have to stop for gas. You cannot stop for gas if your guns are in your car. After you've reported it, you cannot stop for Timmy's, double, you can't do any of that. You have to go right to the range with your guns, drive back home, lock them up. Which actually really doesn't help you with the home invasion because you think a criminal is going to care that you need. Sorry, Mr. Home Invasion. Can you wait a few minutes before I get my gun out of the locker? Before you rob me and rape my wife and murder my kids? Thank you. We really appreciate you.
CCTV and everything.
You think they care? No.
Pulled my fences down before, and it's just.
It's getting bad here, Chroma.
And protest in that way. It's irresponsible at Chris Packham.
I mean, obviously Chris Packham will say it was peaceful.
I mean, it was bad for you.
It's still
it was bad for you. You know that. But you're actually in a safer district than
what was the
a lot.
And like to email that you received.
They don't care. No, they don't care.
But I mean, it did threaten your own child with rape.
And then even you're in the States.
They want to deal with the police.
Look at our friend. She's just a young mom trying to defend her family.
So they're trying to handle it. And then
you have guns. Here's weapons charges, and it's no, I am actually allowed to carry this. It is a cruel world.
I'm quite a strong.
I'm sorry. When you told me that the other day, I'm like, fucking. It's good I'm in Canada, not in the States, because I go to that state, and
looking at the email to be told.
Because she's such a good woman. It's not fair.
She's sick of it time and time again to say that things are not.
All we can do is pray for our sister. You know what I mean?
I'm really angry about this, Patrick. Actually, I adore my boy. I live for my little boy, like most parents do. And he's 6 years old, for God's sake. And the way they wrote that, they're obviously against Israel. They're saying, "Oh, that got your attention." Obviously racist. They keep saying about hate crimes. Is this not a hate crime, for God's sake? And
And they keep saying, and look at the end where it said about Hannes. So I think that sort of speaks volumes of the kind of person
she is a good woman.
But I'm sick
like,
of it.
you know,
look
and
at the streets. It's not just about MPs.
Yeah, I kind of want to smoke as
everybody
well.
on the street. Up to here with the
Love you,
two-tier
hon.
policing
I know you're busy. It's different time zones. It's early here, but you're in your
get a grip of every police force around the country. We need zero tolerance policing. No crime should be small enough that it isn't punished. Everybody's had enough, and we've got to get a grip.
Yeah, I'll pull up the next one, and then I'm gonna like do the nasty, drag out more of my paperwork. But I got a good system down. Everything is organized so well. Cartoonist jumps from Tony NYC building, despite girlfriend's desperate attempts to save him. He slipped away, and I think if you read the comment section on that one, here's one that inspires me because no, meat is beautiful, meat is yummy, you kind of need it, especially as women.
I really thought that I was going to be vegan forever.
Look at her face. Look at her face. That is like pure, like she just came. That is like an orgasm right there. The
Many are still
meatgasm.
in the whole game of being vegan, trying to figure it out if it works for them or not. I was not one of them. Nowadays, I suppose I'm pretty happy that it didn't work out.
What did he say? I'm about to eat meat for the first time in 22 years. I'm going to try a piece of this top part with the thigh and the crispy skin.
Oh, yummy, yummy, yummy. Oh,
I get what like juicy means now. That crunch, man. That's real good skin. That's weird to say.
Over time, I started getting some health issues.
Sorry. It's gonna be a rough stream. I'd go to like a restaurant or somewhere. Like I used to just go to pubs to be able to stream, but I can't afford that right now. So you're gonna have to deal with like shitty service. Like, sorry. I'm trying to keep a signal. You actually play some things, it almost like...
I mean, it's got so much flavor in it. This one's stupid good. Oh,
no.
It's like a butter
I'm
I didn't
not
know
doing
existed,
that,
but it tastes like
no.
meat.
Yeah, boy.
Bill Gates, who has openly came out on camera and he did a TED Talk talking about the goal is depopulation.
Ew.
He supports veganism. He bought into vegan companies. He pushes veganism. That is very concerning.
That's not ridiculous. That's not ridiculous to say that.
You connect the health aspect of the diet with the ethics of it, the whole environmental thing on top of it, and you're like, wow, yeah, I found the holy grail of lifestyle.
Are you
That's really
kidding
how
me?
I believed it
Okay.
to be at the time, and I gave it my all.
Can I like... Okay, there we go.
And boy, what's up?
There
Here we go.
Now we
Cheers.
got it. Yeah, there we go. When you pull this shit up...
We've been vegan for years.
I feel like I'm drunk on meat.
I need
guys,
to
I'm not gonna
start
lie.
using
Was
a
there
VPN and
alcohol in
see
any
if
of this
that
meat?
makes a difference.
To me, I shifted out of placing animals' lives as more important than my own or as more important than human
Yeah,
lives. and
I
viewing them
think
more
our lives are...
symbiotically.
Today,
Animals
we are
are
gonna try
yummy, we
meat,
need
or more
food, I'm
specifically
sorry.
beef, for the very first time ever since we went vegan 7.5 years ago, and I'm super nervous. The meat is honestly pretty good.
It's good?
I think so, yeah.
Do you like it? Or do you already regret it?
I like it. It's good.
Yeah, baby, yeah.
My skin was pretty bad, and it was not as bad as it really has been at certain times. I was very militant. I was super argumentative. Nowadays, not so much.
It's really good. What's that look? You like it or not?
No swearing. It tastes pretty good.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
She couldn't almost restrain
I don't
herself.
like
She
it.
was like...
I like it. Before all the really
She's like-
angry vegans dislike and click off, I do want to mention that something that really bothers me about internet vegans are the ones who say if somebody leaves being a vegan, they were never a vegan in the first
Oh my
place.
god.
I did not do it wrong.
This is just factually inaccurate. I was a real vegan. I did it completely
What
100% for ethical
the-
reasons. I really cared about animals. That was my number one motivator.
I
You're
will
completely
watch out
blinding
for
yourself to
that.
any sort
I
of critique
had
or
no
criticism or
idea.
external perspective on your diet or on your
Wow.
ethical choice, which just leads to stagnation and complacency in your own thought process.
The only thing that I could have really done differently is to ferment and sprout every single grain, seed, nut, and whatnot I would ever even consider putting into my mouth. And if you have to live that sort of life in order to micromanage your diet, question is, one, is it worth it? Two, is it really
Are
what we're supposed to
you needing
If you went on your
therapy?
instinct and your intuition, do you think you would slaughter an animal? Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah,
happen.
I would.
You do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a disconnect though, because it's like
No
it's easy to
problem.
disconnect. You need to know about giving birth and taking life. So
Yeah.
I've seen an
Yeah.
old man kill a rabbit before because that's what we was going to eat that night. That pays
Yeah.
you. No, not really.
That was
Did it put you off
dinner.
your food? No, I ate it.
Nice.
I didn't
Yeah,
think it was
I
that.
know.
think if you
Oh
look at
my
kids, they've got
god.
intuition to eat
Oh my
fruit
god,
and
Chroma.
plant-based
I
foods
was
and animal
actually
products.
like
Bro, what are you
pulling
talking
up
about, man?
that
If you've been hungry,
I found
but we're not
an
talking about if you're
article
hungry and somebody
in...
needs meat out of necessity, that's different. We're talking about
Oh
we
wow,
don't need
we
meat out of
must...
necessity. We've
Like,
got choices.
yeah, I was
But
pulling
must
that
I
up.
need
Like,
protein. You get protein
the
from plants, so
more
you know how
natural
much
food you have,
food you
the
have to eat to
healthier
get that much
you
protein.
are.
Quite a lot. I don't want to eat cashew nuts. I want to eat steak.
So good!
I guess I'm eating bone marrow for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
My skin
Oh,
got
it
worse.
is
I
good.
was underweight. I was shutting down visibly from the outside,
Yeah,
which is a great
that's what
indication of what my
happens.
health
You're
was like
denying,
on the inside
like...
as well. I was open to look at the other camp.
And also
I went
you're being
to the
fed all
restaurant
this
on my
guilt.
own. I saw the menu.
Oh, you're
and I was
killing
like,
like Bambi. It's
something
like,
in me
well,
just
Bambi's
wants to order
fucking
the
yummy.
seafood.
And I'm gonna have
vegan for
Bambi
5
in a
years and I
bit.
want one Hershey's Kiss. Is that okay? And of course, all the
I
vegans
have
are like, no,
Bambi
like you're morally
pepperoni in
reprehensible,
my
you're a monster,
fridge
you'll
that
like burn in
is
hell. Basically,
damn
there was absolutely no
yummy.
empathy for what the person was going through. There was
God,
no
oh my
rational
god,
response.
it's so
I
much
had a piece
better
of
than
salmon that
any
my friend
hot
had cooked.
dog.
I tried
Like
salmon. I had
warmed
8
up.
ounces
Oh
of
my
salmon.
god.
And it was literally so
No shade.
amazing. Like I know all the vegans hate to hear that, like that it
They
tasted
do.
so good, but like literally it was
They need
the best
bubble
thing I've
wrap
ever had.
though.
Or seafood. It's very tasty.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
The first night after I had that salmon, I had a wet dream. I hadn't ejaculated in months.
Wow, it's funny how that
It was at the point
works.
where I was like, I think I'm, have to consider.
Well, these people, like, they just
I
look
knew
like,
in my heart,
yes.
like quitting the
Yes.
plant-based diet was
Wow,
what
I finally feel
all my
alive,
friends, family
and
told me I looked
I'm
a lot
not
healthier
being
than I
brainwashed
did
into
before.
this
I love
eco
raw
cult.
meat. Raw, grass-fed, biodynamically, locally sourced beef. It is amazing.
Oh yeah, yeah.
No GMO, no additives,
I've
no
actually
hormones,
looked into meat boxes,
grass-fed.
and it's really
No
actually
plants,
pretty
no
reasonable
anti-nutrients, no phytotoxins.
from one of the local farms. Like,
Raw beef.
you just gotta go when they're actually
all these
doing it,
studies,
but
all
they're
the
a good
claims
local
of health made by
family,
plant-based vegan community,
and you get
it
like
turned out to be
way
wrong.
better
So I kind of had to
steaks
come to
than
terms with this identity
holy
shift.
crap.
I started to experiment with animal products, and I feel so good, very nourished and satiated, and I feel so much more stable
Funny how
as
that
far as
works,
hunger,
eh?
cravings, mood, energy, so much more balanced and stable. Obviously, this is the
Exactly.
plant-based age, and now
If
I
you can
eat
get like,
meat and animal
it may
products.
not
So
always be what
Bioavailability
you
of
want to eat,
nutrients is
but it's
abysmal
going to be
from
local
plants. My
and the
skin, when I'm
freshest
eating 100%
and the
strict,
healthiest
just
for you.
beef, it will
And
clear
you
up
can always tweak
entirely.
recipes.
Overall,
I think a lot of
I've been
people
able to
are
yield,
like,
I say,
it seems so
95%
far
of
out
my
of the
health
realms
problems
they don't want to
switching
do
to
it,
a primarily
but
animal-based diet.
you're getting
bone
better
marrow.
food,
That was really
and
inappropriate,
it's
America. I'm sorry.
helping your neighbors. Like, if you are going to like a local farm for meat, then you are helping your neighbors. You are helping your community. The benefits of shopping locally are actually 10 times the amount of anything imported. And this is like, that was a number I learned in university, and it hasn't changed in over 20 years,
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Canadian Shield, where we make sense of the madness. So, the NDP and the
Oh, the NDP
Liberal
is
Party are so proud of themselves that they announced a plan on pharmacare.
idiots. Oh my god.
Now, when they announced the plan, I was kind of disappointed in what they had to say, and I think that you would be too if you were listening the way that I was listening. We need to, on this channel, make sense, make accountability, and we are going to look through all of the things to understand what's not being said. So, before I get into it, I would encourage you to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell and tell all your friends. I'm fairly certain that I'm being dialed down in the algorithm, so any assistance that you're willing to give me is greatly appreciated. All right, I would just say as we start this, the questions are softball, and the drama teacher is in full form with his body language and his smugness. Let's do it.
Of the first step for pharmacare. When can we expect a full universal pharmacare program in Canada?
Yesterday, we announced that we're moving forward on framework legislation for pharmacare, which is a huge step forward. But it wasn't the first step. Since 2015, we've been working to bring down drug prices across the country, and we know that making sure that no Canadians have to choose between paying for groceries or rent or paying for much-needed medications is something that we should be aiming for properly as a country. That's why we're glad to work with other parties in the House to deliver on a pharmacare framework and move forward specifically in two areas. Obviously, there'll be need to have significant conversations with the provinces, but moving forward on better support for family planning and contraceptives, and
He's
making sure that
more
those
lit
are
up
covered
than a Christmas tree.
by pharmacare is something that will
I
make a huge difference in
thought
the lives of
Freeland was
Canadians from
twitchy,
coast to
but
coast to coast. also
He's
moving
pretty.
forward on a
He's
diabetes
lit.
medication,
Just
making sure
admit
that
it. He's
people are
lit.
staying healthy and preventing
Oh my
the slide
God.
into worse health outcomes that
It's
so often
embarrassing.
happens when people can't access affordable diabetes medication. This is something that we're glad to move forward on, and we will continue to work towards making sure that all Canadians can afford all the medications that are necessary.
Okay, so he said a bunch of things there. Before I go on to the next segment of where he says incredible, shocking things, I would like to point out how insensitive it is, how out of touch this guy is when he says, oh, we know the Canadians don't want to have to choose between rent, food, and their medication. That's describing at least 75% of the country. I mean, 75% of the country right now are picking between food, rent, and electricity. They got such a juggling act going on that it's beyond description how insensitive his statement was. And then you throw into that the medication, and it's just outrageous. Now, I'll tell you what, I don't have a problem with this paying for the insulin. I think that, and remember that, right? What he's talking about is using taxpayer dollars to cover people's medication. And so now the medication company gets to jack up the price because it's all on the company tab, right? So what they might be selling it for you for has been negotiated heavily with insurance companies, is now going to remove all of that, and they are going to just continue to charge it. And then the next step, and this is commonplace in many of these ideas, is they give a monopoly. So only one factory in the whole country will be making all of the insulin, and they will jack up the price, and they will put in shortages, and they do all of these kinds of things.
Absolutely.
This is just like the food.
It is eat the bugs.
So we know this is not something I'm making up. Like,
it
you can
is.
read this anywhere.
Yeah, it is.
However, I do believe that in a life situation
like
with insulin or asthma or certain other medications,
I can
we
always
should be
tell
giving
it's
that
him,
to
though.
people, just like we should be giving them.
I've known him
free
long
medicine,
enough.
like
I
free
can
health, like
tell
a
it's
doctor,
him.
and all the rest of it. Our medical system is in attack, and the liberal
This
NDP
is just
government is spending a lot of money in Ukraine. However, in my vision of Canada, we will be able to overcome these problems.
Yeah,
by
I know. You
removing it
have
from
a
office,
problem, buddy.
and we can settle down into
They aren't
Canada.
Pokemon.
So I'll say again, I don't have any problem with the insulin, which was invented in Canada by a Canadian, right? Now, the birth control pill, or what they're calling family planning contraceptives, they're not talking about prophylactics, which other people might commonly call the condom. They're talking about what we commonly refer to as the pill, birth control pill. They want to give that away free to people. So,
And okay, as a woman, it's already free. If you know where to look, it's already free. And I'm sorry, no, I still see you. It's here. Chroma, you know this from Al Jazeera. We just let you go off and you're not going to get timed out. People aren't going to pay attention to you. That's how it rolls. And as a woman, really, an IUD is $125. So, really that isn't, it's expensive, but it's, it's not out of the realm. So the government's saying, oh, we're doing this. So you're basically offering Canadian women $100 to feel good about, we care.
Those certain families, certain people, certain
And
females
why?
forever
And
have
also
to tell their
here.
husband that they're on it.
Here is the bigger issue I find with this whole thing. Why aren't they supporting women so they can keep their babies? Why aren't they supporting young families? Exactly. It is a far they make more money off of us not having kids, and because kids are expensive. So if you're telling young women, oh no, you don't need to be a mom, that's actually bad, Yes, he is. And I've known him since 2016. He hasn't
They can
changed.
just go to the doctor, get the prescription, and never have to worry about whether or not it's covered under their budget.
It's
'Cause
like
then
that
there won't
that
be that,
cousin at
whatever
your
that cost
wedding,
is,
and
I
you're
know they're not
like,
very
yeah,
expensive.
he's the special one.
However, what
Sorry.
we're referring
I
to
love you,
here
Chroma,
is
but
making
you're
it so that we're
dumb
now
sometimes.
interfering in family planning that may very well be against the wishes of
Yeah,
half
it
of
is
the family.
sad but true.
If you
I
don't
still
want
love
to
you, but
have
you aren't
a
the
family
brightest
and you
crayon
need
in
to
the
go behind
block.
someone's back, you're not in a good position as it is.
Well, it
So
feels
don't
like that.
try
I
to
think
preach
we
to me
all
about
like to
how
go back to
I'm
then
only
because
pointing
it
to
was
what
so
I
much
recognize.
simpler.
When
We were all
Jagmeet Singh talks about
happy and
how British
it
Columbia
all
gives
seems
out
so simple.
the birth control pill to people, he says it when he's surrounded by a sea of women, because women are the one that they're targeting. If they were truly going after family planning, if they were truly going after healthy sexual practices, they would be talking about the prophylactic,
Yeah,
which stops
condoms are
not only
different.
pregnancy but the spread of disease. And so what we are talking about now is just targeting a voting group. Whether or not it'll work, I don't know. Probably does make a lot of people sit up and pay attention, just like other reproductive arguments. Now, if you want to go ahead and tell me that they've changed their mind and they're going to go ahead and cover the prophylactic, then you might have my attention.
Yeah.
But what you're doing is saying that that is not being covered, and the one where
I
the
don't
woman can
always
hide it in
agree
a
with
purse and
him,
take one a day
but
and not
I-
have another baby with
you know,
her own permission,
Why aren't condoms
is
like?
which I think is not
You
going to do
know,
any
I
good
didn't
for the
see
country.
any mention of
I think
condoms
that's
in
only going
this
to cause
bill,
harm to the
or
family unit, and we know that the family
you
unit
know,
is under
therapy,
target from the
family planning,
left
like
thinking politicians.
discussions.
I
like,
think that what
and
really should happen in those situations is the individual should find the courage to express.
I
that
don't
they
always
want
agree
to
with
have it,
him,
and they have this tiny
especially
little
as
pill that was
someone,
invented
a
in the
woman
50s, and
who's
they're going to
very
take that so that they can afford it and have family
free choice,
Why do you need to keep that out of the loop?
pro-choice, like.
Why would
But
you
this
not cover
bill is so
prophylactics,
poorly written.
which can
It
stop
is
people from
actually
getting diseases
going
and
to
cover
hurt
other groups,
women.
right?
Yeah.
Cover other groups of
Condoms aren't just in case of pregnancy; they are to prevent
All right, let's move on to
diseases.
this
So
next
now, if that's not a
softball
priority
question.
with the government,
Thanks for
hey,
taking our questions.
don't
I wonder how you
bang
rationalize
anyone,
this new
because
agreement, because
there's
there have been critics who
cuties
say
like
there are
you.
provinces such as Ontario and Alberta that are moving toward a two-tier system, and it certainly doesn't reflect the values of a universal healthcare system that we have here in Canada. What's your take?
It is built into the agreements that we are signing, built into the $200 billion we are transferring for healthcare across the country. That respect for the Canada Health Act is tentative. As a government, we have pulled back money from provinces that have not abided by the rules of the Canada Health Act, and these agreements are no different. We expect public health care to be reinforced and strengthened, as unfortunately we see conservative politicians, including at the federal level, muse about two-tier health care. We know that in Canada, health care needs to be available for everyone, high quality for everyone, and accessible in a timely manner for
It's
everyone.
not accessible.
So he says since 2015 he's been working on the farmer care plan.
No,
I forgot to mention this.
destroying
It's been 9
it,
years.
destroying it.
Nothing's been done.
Absolutely, he has succeeded
Can we
in
honestly
destroying
just realize
our
that when he
beautiful
says
system.
he's been doing
Well done,
something
Trudeau.
or it's in the plans in the future, he really has no plan at all.
No,
That's why you hear them say it all the time.
he's-
They want to
he
project
just wants
it. They want
to
to project
rape
that
us.
onto somebody else. Now, I don't know how you figure that the Conservatives are to blame for the idea that our healthcare system in Canada is a disaster. Spending billions of dollars in all the wrong places, telling yourself that you're going to hold back money from the provinces if they don't do it your way, while they have people in their provinces, because the healthcare system is the jurisdiction of the province. It's not the jurisdiction of the federal government. The federal government doesn't give it its own money. It gives out tax dollars. Tax dollars it has collected and said that it will send back so that all the province isn't collecting it. I don't think we should be permitting the province to be the country to be gathering taxes that are designed for healthcare. I think that we in Canada have to start having our pay stubs look like they do in France, where every percentage of what you're paid for taxes is, you know exactly where it's going.
Yeah.
It's a different
I like
video,
that
however.
idea.
What I would say on
I
this
think that's a brilliant
ridiculous
idea.
statement by the Liberal Party, by Justin Trudeau, is that you admit that the healthcare system is so bad that they want to bring in a two-tiered system so people can start to get healthy, start to be safe.
Well, yeah.
And
like,
your solution to
we
solving
can't be
that problem is
waiting
to hold back
around.
money that they desperately need to improve the system. Now, am I the only one who thinks that that sounds kind of like trying to put out a fire with a match? I mean, where in your mind are you not responsible for the destruction of the healthcare system? You have everybody in the same few metro areas. You make it nearly impossible to hire new doctors, nearly impossible for people to get certified as doctors and nurses and technicians. What nurses you do have, if they don't do what you say, you always tell yourself that they don't have autonomy over their own body. And you say to me, "Oh no, it's okay because we're gonna claw some money back if they don't do exactly what we're told." What I think you need to be doing is realizing that you know who could be clawing back is money that we're sending overseas, money that we're sending to other countries that are not necessarily following the democratic processes of Canadian culture. And we could take that money and then put it into the healthcare system. We could take that money and put it into rapid certification for people that are coming here from other countries with even rudimentary understandings can at least skip to the front of the line. Like if you say to me, okay, a nurse that's from, I don't know, pick a country, we'll call it Syria, is not trained well enough to be under the standards of North America. Okay, she might not be trained well enough to be under the standards, but she's got to have the first year down. She's going to have the basics. So she can start right in year 2 or year 3 or whatever is
like
decided by the test that she's written. And all of those dollars could go into
so I can reach friends
instead
across
of being sent overseas to talk about training people as stretcher bearers.
Yeah.
But you think that it's better to just say, if you don't do it our way, we're going to punish you. But you're not just punishing the premier of the province who's trying to do their best to look after the people inside of their province. You're punishing the people of the country because you're clawing back money. And you say it with such, look at the look on his face. He's so proud of himself.
No.
He's so pleased that he can stop people from getting money so that they will be forced to go to a second tier because the first tier is not getting the funding that it requires to be improved. All right. I've gone on a little bit longer than I wanted to, so I will wrap here. I would encourage you to like, comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and tell all your friends. I thank you for listening. I'll see you next time.
I like his channel. I could share it on X, but I'm sort of still in the corner for another 9 hours and 45 minutes. And I'm going to pull up the next one.
Systemic government corruption existed before Butler. Systemic government corruption tried to manifest itself through Butler.
I really wish I knew.
But now,
I can get
as
into
of Butler,
that one.
systemic government corruption will be annihilated.
That is
I
Ritika
can
Dutt, the co-founder
pull
of a
up
company
that
called
one.
Butler AI. She and her partner raised questions
Maybe
about
not
the government's
in
contracting
clips,
process,
but
going to the CBSA after noticing issues with a number of companies involved in their project. The very companies, in fact, at the heart of the Arrive controversy. GC Strategies, Cortex, and
we are being
now,
erased.
the RCMP is investigating.
And
I am joined now by Butler
just
co-founders
turn the other
Ritika Dutt
cheek.
and Amir Morov. Hello to both of you. Thank you for making the time.
Hi, Ashley. Thanks for having us.
I appreciate it. Ritika, I'll start with you.
I wouldn't.
In the most basic of terms, what were you contracted by the government to do?
So, Butler, our company, is an artificial intelligence tool that helps individuals who are dealing with workplace misconduct understand themselves in the context of the law and pursue their rights. And this is the solution that the government wanted to implement for all of the public service.
Okay, and so when you were first contracted, Amir, was the idea that the government and the CBSA, the Canada Border Services Agency, wanted to use this product and this service that you have developed at the CBSA?
Yes, so we were supposed to start within the CBSA with a pilot project.
This is, I wouldn't normally pull up the CTV.
Employees within the CBSA
Hopefully
can
I
access
don't
the
get a
tool
strike for this,
and
but
basically learn
most,
about the policies and,
you know,
and laws within the CBSA. And then depending on how well the pilot goes, we were supposed to roll it out within the Government of Canada.
And so was your contract, just to follow up quickly with you,
No.
Amir, was your contract with CBSA? Was it with the government?
So CBSA didn't directly reach out to us. They reached out to us through a contractor by the name of GC Strategies. So we were told that the first initial pilot will be with the GC Strategies, and then we will have our own contract for the bigger implementation of the software for the Government of Canada.
So when did your kind of spidey senses start tingling? Well, right away. So because we were already working on our own project with the Department of Justice and we had an experience of how things were being done on that side with justice, we saw right away that things were being done very differently. But at that point, I was, like you said, spidey senses. We didn't have something concrete. But I think the really concrete moment for us was when we received an email from GC Strategies showing us a document that had been executed between Dalian, a company we'd never even heard of, and GC Strategies to implement our Baller solution. And Baller wasn't even named on it. It was just myself and Amir that had been named personally as consultants. And at that point, it was just red flags going off all over the place.
So basically what happened was you were subcontracted through a contractor, being GC Strategies, Amir. But then there's two other firms, which, by the way, for everyone watching, are the same two firms that are involved in the Arakan controversy, who are also named in all of this. Is that right?
So it's a little complicated. So the contract, the way that it was executed, was a contract between the CDSA and Dalian and Coradix, and then they subcontracted the work to GC Strategies, who then subcontracted the work to us personally and not our company. So we didn't know about Dalian. We didn't know that there's a company exists by the name of Dalian, and we didn't know that Coradix was involved in any of these.
So what did you do, Ritika, when the spidey senses went off and you both realized something's weird with this?
Well, from the very beginning, our job is misconduct detection. So when we started seeing things, even though we couldn't really place it, we started recording all of our interactions, kind of documenting everything in a methodical way so that we'd have that information to go back to. And then at that point, when we saw how the contract had been executed between GC Strategies and Dalian, we were already directly involved with the CBSA. So we figured at this point, we trust the CBSA. Let's go talk to the CBSA and kind of hash things out directly with them. And that's kind of where we took off.
And how did that go, Amir?
So at the beginning, we didn't have any visibility on how the contract was executed. It was completely hidden from us. And we had problems with the invoicing with these two different layers between us and the CBSA, and we asked the CBSA employees to take a look into the contracting and give us some feedback, which they did. And they were the first people who told us that, look, legally speaking, there are some issues here with the way that the contract has been executed, and they raised some red flags, and we decided to put together a proper and formal misconduct report and send it directly to the executive director within the CBSA, who was in charge of this and who was also involved in ArriveCAN.
Right, and has suffered some consequences right now because of that, right?
Since, well, I don't know if it was because of that or not,
or
but ArriveCAN, but yes, that's correct.
And so once you submitted that misconduct report, which essentially laid out all the things you have recounted to us, what happened after that? What was the reaction, Ritika?
Well, right away after the first misconduct report, we were told by the CBSA that, okay, we're going to work with you and we can fix the contract, and a brand new contract literally was an option. And then we never heard back from them regarding the contract. So a couple months later, we were still facing misconduct, and I submitted a second report. And in direct response to that second report, directly in response to that, we were terminated. We faced immediate reprisal. The contract was canceled. We had done all the work, but we weren't paid for the work that we did. So it was an immediate kind of shutdown for coming forward with the misconduct.
And what did you do after that, Amir?
So after that, we had a few other interactions with the CBSA, and to our surprise, CBSA requested us to hand over all of our evidence to the contractors, which was a huge red flag for us, and we didn't do.
The contractors being GC and Dalian
The CBSA asked us to hand over the evidence to Coradix, and then GC Strategies contacted us and told us that, I learned that the CBSA is asking you to hand over all the evidence to GC Strategies, and then GC Strategies will hand over the evidence to
I know what you
Coradix,
do.
and then Coradix will hand over the evidence to the CBSA, which we said, no, we will not do that.
Right.
So we started our own investigation into the matter. We started submitting access to information
Honestly,
requests, and
he
we found
actually
bigger
peace.
problems, way bigger problems, I have to say, including
And I respect him for it.
unfortunately
Like,
forged
maybe he
experiences for
had
Ritika.
to
And we put
face
together a
that,
proper report with all of our
demon in the
findings
mirror
and
to
send it directly
realize,
to the president of the CBSA.
One of your references
you
for
know,
is basically
his own
you got your
inner
hands
strength.
on the contracts that you have
Because he wasn't a bad man.
Is
He
that
just
accurate? And
was
they
so caught up in
not
ego.
completely accurate information in them.
So,
Or even really,
you know,
really
he,
well, we got
he was mean
through
to
different access to
everyone else
information
because
requests. We
he
got
was mean
bits
to
and pieces.
himself.
They were redacted, but from
If
what we
that
could
makes
see,
sense.
for example,
He's
is
not
that
a
a copy
bad
of my
man.
resume had been submitted in support of executing
Otherwise,
this contract,
like, I
and
would
it was
be
fraudulent.
still
So I
raking
had
him
done
through the
a 2-month
coals.
summer internship at Deloitte when I was 20, and that had been inflated to a 53-month work experience, as well as all my other work experience that had been inflated. We later found
Interesting.
out, almost like a year and a half after, that when we received Amir's resume, there was a whole new invented company that was used for his work experience. We saw that the way that the contract was executed used resources that we weren't
I
even
feel
aware of at
so
the time
bad
before
for
the
these
contract had been
people.
implemented. So
Like,
there were just red flags going off everywhere. So the RCMP.
yeah, like, you know, but sometimes it's like you're caught in a situation. There are those red flags. It is, but what can you do? What can you even do? You're just so
Well,
caught in the moment.
RCMP
You're
has a very
done.
high bar for their investigation. They investigate criminal activities.
And the RCMP basically does nothing.
It's a very good sign.
I'm sure the paper mache from all of Trudeau's shredded
the issues
documents
that we raise are very
are
serious,
wonderful.
and it's good.
You know,
You're a
just
taxpayer
stuff it
as well.
with
Do you
some
have
of
any
the
confidence that
lockup,
the contracting
you know.
processes currently in place provide value for taxpayer money? Absolutely. I mean, I think this is the reason why
We have no value
people were
for
actually the
taxpayer
average
money.
taxpayer that was coming to the situation
We don't.
where we were seeing
We
there's
do
such an
not have
egregious
that anymore.
violation in the way that this tax dollars are just being expended, and nobody's really looking into, like, are we doing the right thing? Is this being expended the
No,
correct
they
way?
are. They are.
That's
It's
really, I
like,
think, the main impetus behind us coming forward is that this is something that everybody needs to know about. Do you think there needs to be some sort of political intervention
Thank
at
you.
this point, Amir?
You as
Final
well.
question to you, and I don't say that in like
You as
a
well,
way that
Infinix.
should be involved in things that are supposed to be outside the scope of government, but ministers have repeatedly told us that they
Prime Minister.
were not informed, for example,
Yeah,
of the
well,
contracting issues
Harper I
with
had
Horizon,
issues
but
with,
they
only
also
one thing,
have not been
but
able to say that they
yes,
asked during the
overall, we
process.
had
Do you
a
think they need
better
to play a more active
military.
role in figuring out if
Our
we are
debt
giving
was
value
down.
for our money in
I
this
don't know how we have
Absolutely. I
raked up
think
so
we
much debt
recently learned,
in
for example,
8
SEC
years.
officials didn't
Took us
brief the ministers on
150
the Rise Gang,
years.
for example, in last summer. But
Now
I think
it's
now
like,
everybody knows
holy
about this. I think
crap.
all ministers have been briefed.
Like,
I think this is a very good opportunity for the ministers to intervene,
they
to
are.
look at this
Exactly,
system
they
and
are.
perform a thorough reform
Harper
of
was
the
part of the
system.
World
Thank you very much
Economic
for taking
Forum,
the time for the
so,
conversation. I appreciate it. Thank you
you
for
know,
having me.
even if Pierre comes in and says, oh yeah, we're going to get rid of this, it's not going to change. It really, I wish it would. I just don't know if it will. And the next one, yeah, this is like what got me in so much shit on X. I really can't believe this. It was a fucking joke. Yeah, and I appealed it. Because, like, I can't even, like, show the image. It was a nothing image. They were, like, standing behind, you know, the Vancouver, you know, by the sails. And I was like, you see that ocean behind you? You see that ocean behind you? Yeah, just jump in it, please. And Adrian Dix, like, considering what he has done to healthcare, like, he does deserve jail. Mark Holland, he's an idiot. He deserves, like, I don't know if jail's like an appropriate place for him, but I think there should be a forensic audit on anyone in Parliament. And hey, if you have nothing to hide, us taxpayers get right through the coals. Like, going through the pit of doom today, which I'm going to be doing soon, even though I'm going to be streaming for a while, but I got to get this done. And a lot of people on X have been calling for a tax, like, revolt, like, we aren't going to pay them. Like, I want to leave the country one day. If I don't pay these, I can't. Because, even if it's well-intentioned and for genuine political reasons, like, you can't even... And this was a fucking joke. I appealed it twice. I'm still in a 9 and only a half. I tried it. And so I told my mom, because, I tried to appeal it. I told my mom, no, they're fucking assholes. They deserve jail. They tanked our economy. I want accountability as a taxpayer since I pay their wages. And if they are getting their little panties in a twist over a fucking dumb comment, yeah, fine. It was in poor taste, but it was still a joke. And I even said, like, these are fit young men. They not, young for middle age. They can swim. They just looked all swine, They were like, and my mom made a good point. She was like, well, it triggered something. But Chantel, why are you suggesting our fisheries be subjected to such abuse? And I'm like, oh my God, yes, Mom. I know I was so against and pulled that one up yesterday. Hey, man, I'll fight for one day. I don't need it every day. Like, sorry, bad jokes. Hopefully I can pull up the next clip. We'll see how it goes. If not, I'm just going to dive into this pit of doom that I call my... No, I'm actually so organized this year. It's actually scaring me because I keep thinking, like, what am I missing? But I didn't spend a lot of, like, physical goods. I can't... Even when I was, like, working up island during construction, I can only claim so much of that. And most of that, I was just paying cash. And I can't find the receipts. So I can't claim them. Doesn't matter. Into the wash, Kinda. She's more a ginger. Pretty little redhead. She does have blonde hair now. Like, she just likes... She actually looks really good for her age. I'm like, like, I have friends in their 50s who look worse than my mom in her 70s. I'm like, what the hell did you do with your life? But, oh yeah, little ginger. She's very brilliant, talented woman. I wish I could play piano like her. I really do. That's piano and math skills I did not get. She is just, it's hard when your parent's so brilliant and it's like, okay, well, I'm trying. but I can do gymnastics and interpretive dance. She's like, that's great. You're autistic, hon. We love you. I'm like, no. Bad joke. So see, I'll publish the next one. Sometimes I publish them, they don't load. Sometimes they load really quick. Sometimes they load in a few hours, hopefully. Cello is, you would be good at it because I've never seen you dance, but I know just your personality, how you would move. And cello would be a good one for you because it's very grounded, but you can play it very aggressively and spastically, which would appeal to you. But I think when you find yourself, and I don't mean that as a bad thing as a friend, you're young and you're still, but I see you more coming into your own as who you are as a person, and that would help ground you. Also just the discipline, and it's a way to escape. Because I know you're isolated where you live. So if you're learning music, you're not really isolated. You're, working on your craft. It's not a guilt thing like if you are in the city, which I know you were as a kid. So you know what it's like. Like, you had to hang out here, you had to do this, you had to do this. Music or martial arts or something, it would give you that, and it's something for you. And I know you will be brilliant at it. Let's see if this loads. Clear off the other ones. Well, and don't worry about the expense of it. Like, even I'm sure you have Craigslist over there or some equivalent to, say, hey, I want to learn how to do this, but I don't have a lot of money. You will actually be surprised how many people will come out for you or try and help you, or maybe have one tucked away in their attic that they wanted to give to a grandkid, a niece, a nephew, but now they have no family and they don't want it wasted. So I think if you put out in your community, I want to learn this, you would actually get more support than you thought. I think it's a brilliant idea. I wish you success. And if you I think that's a brilliant idea for you, Chroma. Now, see, this is why I'm...
What do you want?
This one actually, I would feel so uncomfortable in this crowd. Like, I love... Like, this is nuts. Like, this shouldn't be Canada. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Go to the other side. Now, we're not in Gaza. We're not under Sharia law, sir.
No.
They have every right to protest. They can do it at a peaceful place like City Hall, but not in front of a synagogue.
Your house? What's your house?
Okay, so it's not her
house. We are here because this place of worship has chosen to make a venue, a real estate venue to sell illegally occupied land.
Is it possible that you're living on stolen land also, according to your very argument?
David Menzies for Rebel News here in Thornhill, Ontario. And folks, I'm standing outside the Beth Abraham Yosef of Toronto Synagogue. And well, there's some kind of a real estate exposition going on. And well, guess who has come? Like so many skunks to the garden party, that would be the pro-Hamas types. It's a repeat of what happened just 4 days ago. You might remember I was just further down Clark Avenue on Sunday, and the same shenanigans took place. Pro-Hamas people outside of a different synagogue, and not only that, they were chanting chants of genocide from the river to the sea, Intifada, and go back to Poland. Can you believe it? Here, check out the evidence.
Go back to what? Go back to Poland?
Well, my cameraman Lincoln Jay and I just got here, and a growing number of demonstrators are coming along. I haven't heard any chants of genocide yet, but I spoke to a lady on the pro-Israel side. She got here early, and she said they were chanting death to Jews in Arabic. I don't have any way of confirming that, but hopefully somebody has that on video. In any event, we're going to wade into both sides, see what this recent kerfuffle is about. But, you know, I can't help but think, folks, that if the roles were reversed, if these Jewish demonstrators and their allies went to a mosque in the GTA and they chanted death to Muslims,
no worries.
Would that be tolerated, or would that maybe be shut down in a nanosecond? I think we know the answer to that. So why the double standard? Why the two-tier policing? Hopefully we can get somebody from law enforcement to come on camera too. In the meantime, let's see what both sides have to say. Jerusalem.
Hopefully I didn't
If you are speaking the truth, you will not shut up.
All of this, everything that they're saying is built on a lie. All I do is I remind people the facts. And the facts are that for thousands of years, the Jews have had a home, and that's Israel.
This is a clear sign the Jewish community is under severe threat. It's a complete double standard. This is a place of worship. A church is a place of worship. A synagogue is a place of worship. They are not respecting human values of which our country is founded on. It doesn't even cross our mind to stage a protest if it's important to us and to go into a Muslim area. Why? Why would I want to do that?
Personally, I believe that everyone should have the right to protest. Everybody should have the right to worship, whatever religion they believe in. But a Jewish neighborhood to come to a Jewish place of worship to protest, I find absolutely disgusting.
I do believe that the police are taking a peace officer approach. In other words, they're less interested in upholding the law than they are keeping the peace.
Anywhere in the world, any time anyone has called out Islam or even come close to anything, drawing an image, whatever you might call it, it's led to violent, destructive behavior.
What I am seeing now, I would never see in Canada.
In no way represents world unity.
He's not a Hebrew rabbi. He said he just arrived from New York. He doesn't have a New Yorker accent. He doesn't have a Hebrew accent. We think it's
It's gonna be bumpy. Sorry, I just like every time I leave my phone, the signal breaks up. I don't know if I'm actually like. I'm sure a lot of us from the generation remember when you had rabbit ears on your TV and you would like that one like kid you would wrap in tinfoil and have a bunch of hangers on and just like, don't move, Timmy. We want the hockey game. Like, that's what I feel like every time I step away from my phone. It just disappears. Like, if I'm sitting here, it stays. It's my magnetic personality, maybe. I don't know. Like, I'm using the force. I'm using the force. I also want to make a shelf, and finish my taxes. So we'll try and figure it out.
Muse is here. Look at this beautiful. Well, not beautiful. It's pretty ugly face. I'm sorry. How you doing, sir? Oh, Rebel Muse.
Like, what the fuck? I feel so scared.
He's a fake journalist. Pretend to be a journalist. Hey, Rebel Muse, how you doing?
Oh, sir, why are people?
No, you're not supposed to be on the road.
Why are people here chanting genocide to Jews?
No one's chanting genocide chants. No one's chanting genocide chants. No one's chanting. Calm down.
I know.
Who are you?
Bro!
You gotta make him leave right now.
Holy crap, this is insane.
That's how you solve things with violence, right? You can't have it. Well, you know what, folks? Talk about a tale of two cities. We're on the pro-Israel side, and we have civil discussions. We're able to debate the issues. I come over here, and right away they acted violently.
Sorry, and then I turn on my microwave and everything crashes. It's only one more minute, and then I can go back to the stream, hopefully. No, I don't know what it is with the signal in the building. It'll be fine. I'm like, oh, I'm hungry. Let's have some lunch or, breakfast. And then all of a sudden it's like the whole stream crashes. I'm really sorry. I'm trying my bestest. It is what it is. It'll get better in like 5.5 days, 4 days, hopefully. We're on rations in Canada for now.
Muslims coming from countries that promote this and that teach Jew hatred, and they come here, they're not vetted.
They have every right to protest. They can do it at a peaceful place like City Hall, but not in front of a synagogue where they're trying to entice hatred.
We've had to bear the insult of having our house of prayer be literally spit upon by protesters.
When it comes to our current government, I mean, they're doing an awful job. I think a lot of Canadian Jews at this time are going to definitely think about what their next options are.
Prime Minister has no backbone. Goes fine. And he's playing the game.
What's your house?
That's my house.
No, it's not her house.
You want to come in for coffee?
She wants to come.
Yeah, sure. Why are you wearing a mask outside?
Why not? Why are you
You guys are wearing disguises.
You're allowed to. Why don't you focus on the crime that is COVID and then mask when you're breaking the law?
Okay. Well, that's not why we're here. Okay. Someone broke the law. We want the police to come.
What was the law that was broken?
Someone sprayed something all over.
Do you feel completely safe in Canada anymore?
I mean, you know what? Up until 2 years ago, I met an Israeli, and he was commenting on how safe it is here. We're not there anymore.
It's very easy to settle this down. There should have never been taken. Not only should there never been murders, but why would you, in addition, take hostages unless you want to barter?
And coming to a synagogue to entice hatred is just not okay in today's society in Toronto, Canada.
Which side do you see the hate on?
Why are you wearing a disguise, by the way?
Yeah, why are you wearing a mask?
That's my choice. You're on the wrong side, buddy. You're on the wrong side.
Oh,
We're not gonna talk.
is this
We're
your-
not gonna talk to anyone that's complicit in the genocide of Palestinians.
Is this your property?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, actually,
You're
bitch.
hosting a violent event at a place of
I
worship.
am? How am I hosting it?
Well, you're reporting on it, so go on the other side.
So if I report on an
Go to
event,
the
I'm
other
hosting
side.
it? Huh?
Go to the other side.
No, we're not in gas. We're under Sharia law.
Other side.
Wow.
So, I don't think so.
Like, that takes balls.
Raping our women.
Balls of steel to stand up.
Our women's
You know.
undergarments. Come on, man.
What
Like-
happened on October 7th? Boy, there's so many people on this side that are wearing disguises. So I thought COVID was over. Why are you wearing a mask?
Sorry.
They should be
I
banned.
can't really hear you that clearly with your face diaper on. I gotta
They
be
should
honest,
be
but
fucking banned.
If you
People
believe
are
in something,
using
fine.
them
Why are you
to
covering your
endorse
face?
terrorism.
Are you planning a criminal activity?
Yeah, exactly. Well, here's Canada, folks.
Well, you know what, folks? It is coming up for, it's just past 4 o'clock, actually, and there's all kinds of skirmishes breaking out. There's reports of somebody getting hosed by a garden hose, presumably. There's a report of somebody getting pepper sprayed.
How many Canadian flags do you see in this? You know, apart from the Rebel News logo. I don't see a lot of Canadian flags in this group.
So, by the way, my cameraman Lincoln was inexplicably assaulted by this individual.
Look, exactly. If you saw this footage, what country would you even think it was in? Does this look like Canada? No worries, my honey.
I think we're going to need more law enforcement. The cops are really outnumbered here. And I really fear for the safety of the people here. I can see this quickly getting out of control. There are tempers flaring on both sides. Let's see if some reinforcements come along.
I think Toronto needs to do better. I think Canadians need to do better, and I think they really need to read the truth. Our mission is the truth. Our mission is the freedom to be Canadians, to be Jews in the place that we live.
We're just asking, release the people that you told you shouldn't have, and I know that we're all going to come to the table.
Folks, what this debate is all about, it's very simple. Civilization versus savagery. You know what? I'm a big fan of civilization. And if you feel like I do, go to our petition, CanadaStandsWithIsrael.com. That's CanadaStandsWithIsrael.com. Stand up for Israel. Stand up for democracy. And yes, stand up for civilization.
I stand up for Canada. I think Canada is what I stand up for. This one was insane. And this is so sad, but oh, do I want to pull up? I'll see how I do with time, because that one's a long one, but a really good one. This one was creepy. Like this chick, it's like smart lady, but this is scary. Hopefully it plays. Yeah. This is a smart woman. This is what you have to do.
Hey, do you mind if I sit with you guys? This guy's literally been following me in circles for like 40 minutes, and I've been recording it. And he's literally just standing behind me, and I don't know if it's you. Yeah, that's cool. Why don't you just pull up the safe?
And I got this. Like,
the stalker doesn't go away.
In the video, you can see he's
it's
either holding
scary.
something or he's got this in his pockets because his hands are in there, and he's trying to pull his fists out, but having kind of a hard time. This is terrifying.
Oh, just you wait. The skaters are like, oh, hell no, fun.
The man lingers for a few minutes, but as more and more skaters turn to watch him, he finally leaves.
You can see him start to walk away, and then what do with the tried to approach him, but
Because the thing is, you can't always call a cab if you're in a park setting like that. So it is go to the place with the most people. I know it. Oh, no, that's not the right button. Yeah, that was yeah, you know it, because you do security work, so you understand, well, sometimes it is actually a harmless thing. Oh my God, you dropped your wallet. I've been chasing you for 5 blocks to get it back to you. But right now, the way my city is, if there is a guy, you have to be on point and aware of your surroundings. This one was nuts. I was like, how did I even
came, everybody was snorting. The crank trade went bad when people started smoking. Because they just turn people into zombies. You used to be able to do a line of crank instead of 2 days. Now you smoke it and you need it every 15 minutes. And these big ass clouds people are getting obsessed with, just like crack. Anybody that was a smoker that was into meth, it just ruined.
So you could have been a functional crank user back in the day.
I think my father was a functional crank user. He'd be able to go out Friday night, do a couple lines with the guys, drink, and be good Monday. You start smoking it, there's no stop. Before 2004, as much
Gross.
crank as I could have got, we could have moved.
That is nuts. Oh, God. Talk about inflation.
Folks, we are now having big problems here at McDonald's. They've increased the prices on the menu so much. We're seeing $18 Big Macs in certain parts of the country that people can no longer afford
Just
to
go
come
to
to
your
McDonald's.
local
With
mom
their
and pop.
CEO saying in their most recent
Like,
earnings
if you're
call
gonna
that those
pay
making
18,
under
at least at a
$45,000
restaurant, you're
a year are not
getting
coming to the restaurant as much.
a
And the
real-
reason they're not coming
a
is because
real
the menu prices have just
burger
gone
with
insane.
real
The cost
meat,
of a
not
Big
what
Mac has gone up by
freaking
253% over the
McDonald's,
last
like-
25 years, and now we're seeing that
I
these
love
menu
McDonald's,
price hikes
but
are
it's
starting
not
to
the
have
same
negative
anymore.
impact on
It's
the
like,
company. McDonald's in their most
literally, I
recent
don't
earnings
know
report
what they've
reported lower than
done.
expected revenue for the
And now
first
it's,
time
like,
in
so
almost
much.
5 years, and thus now the CEO of McDonald's is saying we got to focus more on affordability.
I
But it
have
might be too
coupons
little too
for-
late. If it costs $10 to get a
yeah.
Big Mac meal, I'm just going to
I
go to
have
Chipotle
coupons
instead.
for it. I just don't know if I really want to go out and get coli, just because some of them around here are so bad too. Like they're you walk in
Israel is trying
and
to
it's
create
dirty.
a state
It's
where
like,
there are only Jewish people.
Yeah, I
Where
can
else
tell
in the
you-
world do you have that?
Care
But there
about
are
how it
2 million
looks.
Israeli Arabs that have the same rights as Israeli Jews living in Israel.
They have the same rights.
And this is like
2
a
million
kid.
is 20% of the population
This
are
is-
Arab.
this is a 12-year-old
Right, okay. Well, why are they trapping people in Gaza and the West Bank then?
Because they feel like in Gaza it's a response to the Hamas October 10th attacks, and I think they feel like they need to dismantle Hamas.
Hamas was set up by Israel.
Hamas was set up by Israel.
Who helped to set up Hamas?
When? Sorry. Finance Hamas. I thought it was the Iranians that were financing Hamas.
Oh, that's propaganda. Are you Jewish?
No, I mean it doesn't matter.
No, I just wondered, but are you a Zionist?
No, it doesn't matter.
I do want to know what your agenda is.
You don't need to know though.
Well, I don't need to speak to you anymore then.
Okay.
Probably for the best love. I don't think you want to talk to that lady any longer than you had to. I don't think she was like... Oh God, this was hilarious. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all the fabulous transgender women out there, welcome to this marvelous celebration of International Women's Day. Today, we gather to honor the remarkable achievements of women around the world. A self-proclaimed feminist, I must say, I'm proud to stand here as your ally. But before we get into that, let me share a little story about myself. You see, I've always felt a deep connection with the struggles of transgender women. Why, just the other day I was walking through Iowa and someone mistook me as a transgender woman. Let's not forget the often overlooked contributions.
I know. Oh, I know. Suffering. It's also starting to get later in the morning, so by 11, it's going to completely crash again. It's like I can almost I can set it
Women out there,
between
welcome to
like
this marvelous
it's just gonna
celebration
keep crashing.
of
I'm sorry.
International Women's
It's
Day. Today, we gather to honor
it's only
the
gonna get
remarkable
worse in
achievements
Canada.
of women
Sorry.
around the world. And as a
I can
self-proclaimed
fix it in a
feminist,
few days.
I must say I'm proud to stand here as your ally. But before we get into that,
It's
let
like
me share a
a
little story
point
about
no
myself.
money will
You
fix.
see,
Even
I've
if I
always felt
haven't
a deep
had a grand
connection
right now, I
with
would
the
not
struggles
get
of transgender
faster
women.
signal.
Why, just the other day, I was walking through Ottawa and someone mistook me as a transgender woman. But let's not forget the often overlooked contributions of transgender women. Like me, they know what it's like to face scrutiny and judgment from society. Being me is a lot like being a transgender woman. You face constant scrutiny, judgment, and sometimes you just want to throw on a wig and escape the spotlight. You see, folks, as a leader, I understand the struggles of being in the spotlight. I must say, women have to be even tougher. Imagining paparazzi also being about pronouns. Now, let's talk about the real heroes of today, transgender women. They face discrimination and prejudice every day, just like I do when people criticize my choice of socks. And let's not forget the fashion. Transgender women have been slaying the runway long before I ever attempted to rock colorful socks. So today, as we celebrate women of all people kind, let us raise a glass to transgender women and yours truly, your favorite feminist prime minister. And also raise a glass for me again for being such a supportive ally. Thank you. Thank you. Remember, folks, stay woke and keep fighting the good fight. Happy International Women's Day. And remember, I'm always here to be your ally or to take a selfie with you.
It's a girls' night out. Just in true and scream and shout. Dancing like a teenage girl is so cool. Forever young tonight. Breaking all the rules. It's a girls' night out. Just in shoes, gonna scream and shout. Dancing like a teenage girl is so cool.
I won't pull all of this, but I'll pull some of it.
Welcome to beautiful Los Angeles. Well, for a second you thought that was me. No, I'm actually here with Chris Must List. He's also a YouTuber. I met him last week. I was filming the Daisy video. I didn't really pay too much attention because I was busy with Daisy, and I really like his content. I looked at his videos. Normally, I don't really collab with too many people, but for some reason, you connect with people or you don't. I connected with him, and today, there's not much really we planned. We're just going to go along and film something. Hopefully, the wind is not going to ruin the video. Chris Must List. I appreciate that. Thank you for the opportunity. All right, let's see what we can see. I've been here many times taking shots of the sunset right here in downtown. Look at this. This is the graffiti tower right there. And they're building a new building. I've never really seen that building here. They're building it so fast. But we are here in downtown LA. And this is what the LA looks like here. Look at this. I've done some videos before here. Downtown LA is the fashion district where they sell all the merchandise. Vendors. Everything is wholesale here. It's always interesting to walk here. So Chris is doing his vlog right here. I'm doing my vlog. Well, we learn from each other, I believe. And like I said, check out his channel. Hey Chris, how about one of those suits for you right now here?
If I was slim and thin, if I was like slim and probably I'll pull it off. But
what does that say? You preaching to the choir?
Yeah, to the choir.
Every time you come here, you change a lot. Now they got a barber here. And in a place that sells sunglasses. I've never seen that place before. And look at this. It smells really good. The bacon wrapped hot dogs here. Look, I really like this sign
bacon
here,
wrapped
Stella
hot
Street.
dogs.
I never even seen that. Now,
That actually
I
sounds
think
really
some
good.
artists put that
Oh
up
my
there
god.
because that's not a real street sign. Stella Street looks like Sesame Street to me.
Yeah.
You can buy any religious figure here.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
don't really know who
I'm
that
not
is.
even sure what some of those ones are, but if you got a patron
Look at
saint,
all the
then
t-shirts you can get here.
wow.
Hendrix, Bob Marley, Nirvana, Metallica, whatever you like. And there's more right here.
Good grief.
So what I like about Chris' channel is that he would film the same thing. He just came from Vegas. He was filming the Mo people. I wanted to do that. This guy has a lot of, what do they call it? Cojones? Big balls. Big balls. He's been to different countries. He's been to like crazy.
Yeah.
Here, if I Google the 10 most
Supreme
dangerous countries in the
donuts.
world, and I've gone back to back to back. So number one is Afghanistan for danger, Syria, Iraq, Somalia, Mogadishu, the war, Ukraine war. I went to Ukraine war, Haiti. You know, right now Haiti's upside down. So you name it, and basically I've been there.
And I like all this stuff he's doing, but I would be a little bit too afraid to do all that stuff you do, man, because you feel like you have to lose too much for like YouTube, I believe, you know. But
You know what is tough? You know, I think the simplest answer to that is, I think we're taught to dislike people, or we're taught that the Middle Eastern people, for example, are terrorists. This is just something that's sort of ingrained in us. But in reality, when you're there, like I find Afghanistan one of the friendliest countries in the world, but on the media list, it's the most dangerous. So I don't think it's tough. I think if you went once,
I don't think they like my beer too much.
You'd see you all over the world.
no, I agree, but there's also some countries I'm not interested in at all, you know. But there's some other countries I would really like to go, and I haven't been traveling much. He's been traveling a lot, like 3 months in a row now. Or
I'd have no issues going through Europe if I was with
it's unbelievable what some
a
YouTubers
guy.
do. So
I don't
I'm
mean
always,
to
you know,
sound
it's taken me a long time
sexist,
to
but
digest
I would not
title YouTuber.
feel
I'm a traveler. I've
comfortable
been traveling my whole life. I've only been doing YouTube for 2
traveling
years. So
alone there
I'll call myself
anymore.
a traveler with a camera.
20
Well,
years
that's
ago,
pretty good, you
after
know, you
high school,
show
no problem.
the real life,
But
you know, and that's what people want to see. Even
I
coming
had
here right now,
scholarships. I could
this is
travel.
LA. A lot of people don't even get to come here because they don't know it exists, you know. So I always like places like this and look around. So to show the people on YouTube what it's like to be in downtown Los Angeles, not always dangerous, you know. I mean, it could be dangerous, but we're just two guys walking around here in LA. So
I don't know, that little old lady, she looked like she could be a problem.
no,
That's great. This is my first time here as well. So
Yeah.
it's all new to me.
Well, let's see what else we can see. I mean, maybe this is the style now. Look at the skinny jeans they have right here, you know. It's like, why is that? It's like, yeah, they look like tights and they look like they're too short, too. Conor McGregor wears those, you know. Look at the sparkling ones. It's crazy, all that stuff you can find here. Those are normally red. They used to be really popular not too long ago. Unbelievable, huh?
Never touched it.
Yeah, they're made out of rubber, I think. All those baby shark shoes. Whatever your desire is. Got those. Got those. I gotta take Daisy here to shop. Look at Chris.
Oh my God,
He
I
wears
love
those
those pairs.
DMC glasses right here. I'm more with that style here. They got a whole bunch
Those
of
are
different
awesome
ones.
boots. I
And
just
she ordered a
wonder
few of
how.
those on Temu.
Sometimes they
you
can
will see me wearing
even
those
find
things
them
too.
cheap here.
How much do you think this would hurt?
You pretty much only want to wear them in the bedroom anyway. Sorry, the club.
Oh, she got the big one for him.
Like,
Oh, those are the really big ones.
oh my God. I gotta go there. Holy shit, that looks
Those are
awesome.
shockers.
You can just like get tasers like nothing. Or is that a razor? You could probably use it either way. I'm sure if you stuck someone with it, like, it's rechargeable.
Well, let's go tonight. We got some
Well, I love you as well, Nikita.
We got the same shoes right here. Well, not quite, but
Yeah,
size,
I don't think I'd leave
nice.
the house. You'd have me
Shotgun is
change
bright.
the bed. Like, neither one
Even
of
though
us
it's
would
not
be
Halloween,
working.
I'm not at the Comic Con. I'm wearing Freddy.
With me, it would be
Chris, you got like a
good. I hope you can
tattoo on your
I
arm.
don't
You got any
know.
space left on your arm or leg? Right across like the center of my
Try.
tattoos. Henna tattoos. No, those are actually stickers.
Yeah, they're.
See, I like those ring lights. I never use those. But those are actually pretty cool with different colors. I've never
they're
been
pretty
live. Can you
cool.
believe that? So, Chris, what does that remind you of when you walk here at the Santee Alley downtown? Where are you from, Chinatown? Toronto. Toronto, Canada.
Toronto, yeah.
You drove your car down here, right? Yeah, yeah. Wow. 10,000, over 10,000 miles. That's how I get home. What is this all about here? Oh, those look pretty cool, though. Balenciaga. Remember, we look good. Oh, shit. My friend, how much are these? I was just guessing Balenciaga. I said Balenciaga. I mean, I'm looking for the one Kim Dashing is wearing all the time. This is, I kind of like it. It's almost like the Cybertruck. I always have like a really weird taste, you know. But I don't like the yellow. Maybe the red one. What do you think? The red one or the blue one? This is not quite Kim, but I think I'm going to go with the red ones here. They love to rag on me about my glasses. Every day I wear a different pair of flamboyant glasses. I know. I mean, you look like Doc Brown from Back to the Future with those. You know what? It's only $10, right? It's good for a joke when I walk across, you know. I don't know.
I know you can.
Look at those.
Yeah, I know you can.
You would like those. Here. All I need is a
I'm
star.
on so many channels.
I switched to the
Like,
black ones. See you right here. No? Maybe when I go to Texas, this ain't Texas. Definitely need a cowboy hat.
I got sweet cowboy.
Well, this is a leather smell right here. They got all those leather bells.
Oh god. Oh god, nothing like the smell of leather.
Got a good sound. Did you hear that? Good, huh? Spider-Man! Spider-Dog! Look, it's a picture of Santa Monica Pier. Which one you like better? This one or the one I took yesterday?
I think that one.
This is just like toy.
I'm gonna just pause that. I thought that was awesome. Just, I thought it was very gracious. Like he said, like a lot of us YouTubers don't do collaborations easily. So. This was and normally he does have copyrights on his stuff, but with everything with China, he's kind of been reaching out and opening up stuff. So Okay, sorry about this. Apparently, let's just see. I might be getting a strike for that. Probably getting a strike. I'll just skip over that. See if that clears up. No. No, that's the problem. I got a text message, and so it's going to take a minute to reload. Let's just see if this will reload. Oh God, sometimes it's such an adventure. It'll get better. God is on our side, and it'll get better, you know. You think Chroma's drunk? Oh God, this could be bad news for a lot of people.
Nearly $160,000 worth of counterfeit condoms.
This is probably a bad thing.
That investigators say could blow up in your face.
And that is what
quite
undercover
literally.
Houston police officers found in a bus of a counterfeit goods operation in Northwest Harris County.
Dear.
Tonight, two business partners
Things
are
you
now
don't
facing
want
felony
counterfeit.
charges.
KPRC2's Bryce Newberry joins us
Couple
live
things
from the
you
newsroom
don't
with the new
really
details
want
tonight,
counterfeit.
and more on
No.
the concern from prosecutors. Bryce.
Prosecutors tell me they're usually dealing with trademark counterfeiting cases that involve fake Gucci or Louis Vuitton products, but this time they're dealing with counterfeit condoms, potentially dangerous lighters, and other products.
Oh dear.
Outside
Someone's
a
going to
unit of
have
this
a
gated
real
warehouse in
bad
Northwest Harris County
day.
is where the Houston Police Department's Major Offenders Division started investigating in December. Operating off a tip with help from Homeland Security and the U.S. Food and Drug Administration,
Yes, I walk across the room to get something, to do my taxes, and everything crashes again. It's just one of those days. It'll get better soon. It will. Everything will. Maybe not our government.
Of Bic lighters, according to a search warrant. Prosecutors say they also
condoms
found
and Bic
counterfeit
lighters
Listerine
are the big
mouthwash and
counterfeit
fake
items.
makeup wipes.
This one seems to pose a greater health risk to anyone who could get their hands on those types of items.
The lighters had small clues to the naked eye that made them appear counterfeit, but investigators had to take them apart to reveal a major safety hazard. Records show a valve in the fake Bics, believed to have been sold at convenience stores around Harris County, was made of cheap plastic instead of brass.
This could be a huge risk to anyone that gets their hands on it. I mean, it could blow up in your face because they're not made with the same materials.
Casey Herring prosecutes Harris County consumer fraud cases. Business partners Zishan Ali and Shibaj Danju are now charged with felony trademark counterfeiting. All along, your client thought these were real products? Correct. And was there ever a point when he thought they were fake or anything about them seemed fake? No.
Probably
Defense
didn't
attorney
even
Jed
care.
Silverman represents Danju, who he says was taken advantage of, buying the low-priced items from different wholesalers all over the world, then selling them in bulk.
When people operate businesses like this that buy bulk volume, low-priced items like this, this happens. People get duped. It's tough to institute a quality control.
It's obviously the state's job to prove that they knowingly had these items and were possessing these items and selling them.
The origins and the destinations of the items, including Trojans with expiration dates that didn't match regulation and standards, are still a mystery to investigators.
If these condoms haven't undergone official testing, then we don't know how effective they are. And so we don't know if they're able to prevent sexually transmitted infections or if they're able to prevent pregnancy.
The random items, not usually thought to be counterfeit, prompting a warning from Herring for buyers to beware.
Stay away
Give
from
me a
maybe
second.
the mom and pop shops and convenience stations buying these types of items.
Just give me a second.
And tonight, both business partners have been released from jail on a personal bond. That means that no money has been paid, but as a bond condition, they've been ordered to have no contact with each other. Live in the newsroom tonight, I'm Bryce Newberry, KPRC 2 News.
Oh my god. It's like, I swore I'd never go with a placement company again. Yeah, I'm doing paperwork.
Let's move on to get some of the Republican reaction to the speech with
See
former
how
White
long
House
this
Chief of
lasts
Staff
before-
and Senior Advisor of Bondi Partners, Mick
crash
Mulvaney,
this or
and also his
something?
reaction to Biden's State of the Union address. Mick, first of all, what did you think of how Joe Biden did tonight? He certainly held it together more than I think a lot of his critics expected.
Yeah, James, here's how I see it. Both sides will be able to say that they won tonight. The Democrats will be able to point to parts of the speech that went extraordinarily well. I thought the close was particularly good. The last 35 seconds, 45 seconds was a really good close to the speech. That being said, the Republicans will be quick to point out that throughout the speech, Biden's speech was slurred. He had difficulty communicating and following along the text. I actually had the text available
it's like I say, it's
Our
going to be
families are hurting.
a little bit of a bumpy
Our
ride.
country can do
I can't
better.
stream on X for
Mick, tell us a bit who is Katie
X.
Britt
Usually,
and these very sort of kitchen
I could
table
kick off
homey
to YouTube,
optics
but then
that
you
they've
guys
gone
wouldn't
for
see
with
me.
a speech
So
that really had, kind of a very sort of homey sort
I'll
of
try
feel.
not to move too
What
much.
are they going for here?
Yeah, I'm not really
Stay
sure.
in
Katie Britt is a
range of my
very
phone, and I
woman,
can
very
probably
capable
keep
senator.
picking
She's
up
been in
the
Washington,
signal.
D.C. for a long time. Very sharp lady. I'm not sure this speech landed very well tonight, James. But again, maybe I'm a 56-year-old white male. Maybe I wasn't the target. If the target was suburban white housewives, maybe it's going to go over better than it did. But that breathless sort of delivery, I'm not sure it was as well received. And as you know, as a student of American politics, the response to the State of the Union is sort of an ash heap of people that
was
sort
a
of we thought
pathetic
were rising
State of
stars
the
that turned out not to be. Bobby Jindal's career sort of began and ended here. Marco Rubio had very famously burnt out or flamed out on one of these speeches. Joe Kennedy.
I know this seems like
also had a
very
musical
OCD,
experience.
but
I'm not sure this helped.
it is so much easier for doing
tonight. Not sure it provided a very effective
all my
response.
taxes.
Yeah, no, Mick, I'm afraid I have to agree with you there. Just quickly, though, before I let you go, it's not all State of the Union news. There was an extraordinary scene in New York the other day where Letitia James, the Attorney General, who led that pretty much bogus fraud case against Trump over loans that he paid back in full and on time, so of course a horrible thing to do. Well, she was speaking to a group of firefighters and they were not happy. Have a look at this.
I got
Oh, come on, we're in the house of God. And Chief Hodgins for that recognition.
Now, this is really interesting to me because this is in the heart of Democratic New York. I'm wondering, Mick, has the lawfare strategy against Trump, the sheer unfairness of that, gone too far?
Oh, sure it has, James. I just don't think it's going to change any political outcome. She was speaking to
I know this seems
first responders.
this way I can actually like calculate easily everything that's
so firefighters,
on
policemen
every page.
are very much drawn to Trump's message on law and order. They push back against exactly folks like Letitia James, who's of course made a name for herself not only by attacking Trump but by letting other criminals go relatively scot-free. So the response doesn't surprise me. I'm glad it's getting some attention, but I cannot imagine a circumstance under which someone like Letitia James or the Democrats lose their jobs because of this. The Democrats are out of control. They can't stop. Trump derangement syndrome is real, and there's booing from firefighters that I think is going to change that.
Yeah, you
Mick
don't
Mulvaney,
boo
we're going to have to leave it there.
firefighters.
Thank you so much for your time on
really?
this exciting State of the Union night, Mick Mulvaney.
And that was actually a good discussion. I don't know if I pulled up everything. That's not too long. Yeah, that's only like 5 minutes.
Florida Senator Marco Rubio. Senator, this was not your first State of the Union address. Your general observations. You saw, I felt, the president that was screaming, yelling, kind of ranting, a speech that was completely partisan.
This is going to make it
for
so
reasons
much
that Joe,
easier to
I guess
do.
maybe just known to himself, but I
all my
thought it was
taxes.
beyond bizarre at times and frankly a little frightening because it's so different than the everyday Joe that we see.
I just hope I have
What was your reaction to such a dramatic?
Yeah, the whole thing was weird.
I ran out of Post-it notes.
Concerned for, I mean, it really,
And I was
really
too
was.
cheap to go
And I think there's a
to
couple
the
things.
dollar
Okay,
store and
here's
get
the number
more.
one problem,
I'm like,
right?
this
Going
will
into
be
tonight,
Christmas easy.
there were people in his own party that are really worried about it. Does he have the energy? Is he too old? Does he have the mental and physical stamina? So I think they told him, you got to go in there, you got to show energy. And to him, that meant, let me scream, like the guy that screams at you to get off his lawn, scream for an hour
That
and a half.
is sort
about
of
all
what
kinds of
he
things.
feels like.
Then there were parts of it that frankly were bizarre and insulting. So for example, he's
Yeah,
out
there was a
lecturing
lot that
Americans
was
about basically
bizarre
here's the
with
message.
that.
The economy is doing much better than you think it's doing. I don't care how much things cost you. I don't care how much you're suffering or how much you're worried about the future. We have the best economy in the world. So he's describing a country that is not the experience people are having today. And then he went on to do things that are really bizarre. This whole thing about building a port in Gaza is just flat out strange. I mean, the idea you're going to somehow build a port and not have American servicemen in the line of fire, with the Houthis firing rockets over your head, with Hamas just off the coast, with all this going on, is absurd. You're putting people in danger's way, and all of it. Then he talks about a two-state solution. Let me tell you what he means by two-state solution. It's not Israel and Palestine. His two-state solution that I think he's trying to arrive at with all these crazy ideas are Michigan and Minnesota. Those are the two states that he's most worried about because he's afraid he's going to lose them. Tonight, he almost didn't make it. I'm sure one of the reasons why he was late is you had these radical Hamas supporters, many of them key voters in the base of his party, that were blocking them from leaving the White House. They had to deal with those crazies. So that's one of the reasons why he was late, I imagine. And the images have been on television all afternoon. So just wait till the convention when those crazies get there. So the whole thing was just bizarre. You say hyper-partisan, no doubt about it. I've never seen a State of the Union ever. I don't recall any. Maybe there's been one in the past where a sitting president mentions his predecessor or opponent and future opponent so many different times and misleads people with it. So I think the only thing he achieved tonight, there's a bunch of Democrats saying, breathing a sigh of relief that he's not Weekend at Bernie's, that he's not, that he's alive, and that he was able to get through his speech, and that apparently he's still able to scream. But beyond that, I mean, I'm sure they're very happy about it. They're relieved, I would say. But the rest of the country saw kind of a grumpy guy saying things that are nonsensical. Then he mumbled a lot. I don't know if it came across on TV. You couldn't hear it well on the floor. Some of it was mumbling something about Snickers bars and bags of chips. I imagine he's talking about, like, he claims the Snickers bars are smaller than they used to be, which I know is a big priority for many Americans, not things like our border. But anyway, the whole thing was just weird.
Well, let me ask you this. Will this angry, jacked up Joe Biden, hyped up Joe Biden, hyper-partisan Joe Biden, will it have the effect if the goal was to perhaps shore up his base? Will this speech do that?
Well, it's a proof of life speech, right? That's what it was. Is that I'm alive and I'm able to give a speech that I can read off a teleprompter, and I'm able to do the whisper, but mostly the screaming, and I'm able to say things that are really mean about the Republican Party and the Supreme Court, and I can make claims that they're going to get rid of Social Security, things that don't exist. And it makes a lot of the people in that room, some of them are pretty radical, very happy. So I imagine if you're watching some of these other networks, some of these commentators, which are a bunch of buffoons, are out there saying, well, this is really, they're just reading the talking points that are being sent to them. So I think it achieved the proof of life that maybe some of them, they just wanted to get through tonight. I don't think it makes any difference in terms of the campaign. And if this is what he's going to campaign on, this guy's going to lose by 8 or 9 points. I mean, it's just literally nonsensical, bizarre, hallucinations. It's just completely out of touch with reality. But, I imagine partisans are very happy because he looked like he could scream tough things, and maybe
more
that's
like he
enough
mumbled
for tonight.
Nonsense.
Anyway, Senator, by the way, it's great to have a senator that actually will talk to me from my own state. Now I'm in the free state of Florida, your state. So we appreciate you being with us, Senator Marco Rubio. Thank you.
Wow. I thought Canada was a mess, but... Okay, and this is how crazy our world is getting. We're actually having to think about these things.
One of the more unique bills that we've covered this session is House Bill 522. Yep, that's the one on cannibalism. Representative Heather Scott got the idea from a prank show and thought that cannibalism might be normalized in Idaho. People being fed things that is human flesh without them knowing it. So she wanted to amend Idaho's cannibalism law, which already outlaws cannibalism, but she wanted to expand the definition to include anyone who willfully provides the flesh or blood of a human being to another person to ingest without that person knowing. And Representative Alana Rubel had some enticing words during debate.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I know we're all very hungry. We've had a lot of
no pun intended.
We can really sink our teeth into, so I'm just going to nibble around the edges of this one. Truthfully, I'm really not sure this bill is fully cooked, because I think the instances of secondary fraudulent cannibalism in this state are really rare, or at most medium rare.
Mr. Speaker, I object. I object.
Good lady from two.
This is very serious topic, and I understand it can make people feel uncomfortable, but I don't think
making fun of this situation is a good thing. It is a crime in Idaho, and we're just expanding that criminal definition. So
Relay from 18, while we enjoy your humor, try to be.
I will briefly wrap up. Just one final note. Well, I would prefer this bill were served with fava beans and an iced Chianti. I understand the lady's just trying to take a bite out of crime, so I will give this my green light.
Okay, so she was voting in support of it. So
she was actually she voted for support of it. She just was like,
"This is serious, though." Representative Scott is correct. I don't think any of us would want that to happen.
I know.
This passed the House. It'll now head to the Senate.
I know. Like, there are some people like who make. I don't. Whatever. It's like if this is like what people want to watch, that's great. I just feel very personal about some of these issues, and I don't have a lot of people to vent about it with. And some of them are just so weird.
You
It's
told
like, how
me
is this
you
even
were
happening?
trans. How often have you said that to someone and then they're not into it?
I usually wait until after the first date, but previously I lived stealth, where it's like I would live as a cis woman. And I had guys like eat me out and like have sex with me for like 2 months, and then I'm like, I need to tell them it's just they're catching feelings. And they'd be like, hey, so I'm like, wait, am I gay? And I'm like, you've been eating me out for 2 months and had no idea. You're not gay.
Okay.
I am so sick of people putting this
Yeah,
emphasis in the
this
trans
is
community
that's
about like
mean.
stealth and hooking up with guys and not telling them, you do this, you're gonna die. You're gonna die. And even if you don't actually die, you might as well treat it as something that will lead to you dying. Trans women who get murdered, the media will have you believe that it's a bunch of KKK motherfuckers walking around, and that's who's really
No,
offing
it's
the
a
girls,
guy
right?
who just
No, the girls are getting offed by men that they're having sex with and letting him eat me out for 2 months. And then they find out and they snap crap
they're mad because they
on your
got
ass.
lied to. Like, who would do that to someone? Just be honest. If you want them enough and love them enough to be with them, just be honest. Speaking of stupid.
Oh, the girl standing up for it. Car drama.
Like, what the
Save it
hell
for your
is wrong
mama.
with these kids? Like, no, I'm just missing 1 month. I'm really proud of it.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Yeah, you don't like pull that out of your mouth. Okay, and that image didn't load. This chick was nuts. Oh my god, I don't even know if I want to pull her up. Let's do some of it. We'll see where we get.
On October 4th, 2023, an officer responded to a hotel.
Yeah, I don't know if this one will load. Give it a second. Okay. Oh.
Where a female refused to leave her caseworker's vehicle.
So the situation pretty much is I picked her up and I took her to an errand over town. She told me that she was going to stay with a friend here. So I got her.
Gonna work out so well.
So I brought her here. She was trying to get with a friend. It's not going to enter. Finally, he did. Like 2 hours away. So I said, okay, cool. Like you can either stay here with your stuff or else you can McDonald's for him there. She didn't want to do either or. So then she got a hold of that guy again, and he said that he apparently wasn't staying here anymore. He decided to go somewhere else. I said, well, you need to start calling like friends, family, whoever, to try to figure out like where you're going.
Okay, don't tell me how you're 18. I know you're 18.
I'm not 18. You got that wrong.
Alright, how old are you?
Doesn't matter.
How old are you?
Sorry, it's gonna be spotty.
How old are you?
Signal.
Alright, what's your name and date of birth?
It'll get better in a few days.
I have a lot of reason right now to identify who you are because you're not getting out of a state vehicle and they
I am a
requested me here.
Okay. Then if you get the out of here and get the away, I'll step out of the car.
I step back for you. How do you spell your last name?
I don't know.
You really want to go to jail?
No,
for
I'm trying to step out of the car.
Okay, unbuckle, and I'll step out of the
Get
way.
him.
I'll step out of the way.
She reminds me of a
Start
chick
unbuckling now.
I used to work
you need
with.
to back the
I'm telling you right now, Deja, you're not in charge right now.
No, I need you to back up and respect
No, you
my
ain't in
space.
charge,
Okay,
bitch.
I'm not in your space. I'm telling you right now.
Get this
Alright.
away from
So
me.
go ahead and start unbuckling now. There's no need for threats.
There's no need for you to be here or for you to try to talk to me, okay?
I was called down
Goodbye.
here. I was called down here.
Nah.
Alright, so
Get him.
go ahead and stepping back, start getting your stuff and get out. So I'm telling you right now, you're getting out of that
Then I
vehicle
just
one way or
gotta
another.
do these ones.
I'll get out of the vehicle when
And
I'm ready
then-
to get out of the vehicle.
No, you're gonna get out
The few
now.
little receipts I have.
She's the one that contacted me, so she needs my help. So Deja, go ahead and unbuckle and get out.
Unbuckled. Now
Appreciate it.
leave.
I
The
appreciate it.
out of my face.
Get out.
No, I need you to get the away from me.
I did. I stepped back enough.
No, you did not.
Yes, I did. There's no need for
I'm
you to
done
raise your
talking
voice.
to you.
You don't need to talk. You just need to
Back
get out of the car.
Don't talk to me ever
You just need
again.
to get out of the car.
I'll get out of the car when I talk to my caseworker and you're gone.
That's not gonna happen because she would call for my assistance.
Then I'll call for another officer's assistance because I'm done with this
Okay, go ahead and call.
I need you to get
You can call them you want. You want me to call you one? I'll get you one right here right now.
Can you get him
Hey, Mallory.
away? Look, I'm out of the car. Now
Shit.
get on your business and get the out of here.
This chick is so
No.
unhinged. It's like
No.
Get out of the vehicle.
I won't pull
Deja,
her
I'm gonna tell you right now, you can get out of the vehicle.
For what? Because y'all tried to arrest me for what
I'm
this
not arresting
time?
you. I'm just telling you, she doesn't want you in her vehicle. So you need to get out of the vehicle.
I don't want you near me. It's all the I don't want you near me. No, leave.
That's not gonna happen because you're not the one that called me.
Look, I'm out of the vehicle.
I appreciate it. Get your stuff in.
No.
You're not staying in the vehicle, Deja.
Yeah, leave.
Deja, get your stuff and get out of the
No,
vehicle.
I've actually talked to my
Nice.
caseworker. That's all it takes. I'll get my stuff out of the car when I'm able to talk to her and have a conversation with her when you're not involved.
Cool. It's okay. Just go ahead and get your stuff out,
No,
Deja.
this is why y'all think y'all have rights.
No, you think you have rights.
No, I know I have
But
rights.
you don't know them. But you don't know them.
You don't know them. You think because you're in a uniform, you're entitled.
I don't think I'm entitled to anything, man.
Then can you step out of my mother way and let me talk to my caseworker?
You get out of the vehicle and go over there, and you can talk to her right now because your caseworker doesn't want you in this car. So I'm asking you nicely, please.
No, you're
go
not
ahead and get out.
asking me nicely.
I'm asking you, man. Please step out of the vehicle and come over here. Do you have any other stuff in the car? Just this right
A
here?
lot of shit's in the car. It's all mine.
No, what? Yours?
Well,
Is this yours? What else is?
none of your business.
Deja, you need to get out of the car.
I need you to leave me alone.
I'm gonna tell you right now. You need to get out of the car.
I need you to leave me alone.
Deja, get out of the car, please.
No, I need you to leave me alone.
That's not gonna happen because I'm not called out here by you. I was called out here by your caseworker to get assistance.
Okay.
Okay, so go ahead and get out, please.
No,
I
she's
appreciate
not
that.
getting
Out,
out.
fool.
Go over there.
No, I need you to stop talking to me and leave
It's
me
not gonna
alone.
happen. It's not gonna
And
happen.
you're not
Deja.
gonna get your way either, cause look, I'm out of the car.
Get all the
And
way
look,
out the
I'm back
vehicle.
in the car.
Get out of the vehicle.
I need you to literally leave me the literal alone. For
Oh,
5
God, yeah.
seconds.
Yeah.
Oh no, just wait. I'm gonna pull it ahead a bit.
Okay.
I don't know. We're trying to figure out.
I've been trying to figure out options.
Well, they try to help you,
I
and then
ain't
you.
talking to you.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you that she's talking to her boss, and they ain't got
I know who she's on the phone with.
Okay, well, go to the car. Failing, please.
No.
You know, there's a charge for that as well, right?
Yeah, okay.
Yelling and shouting.
Okay.
You're just adding charges.
I'm not doing shit. I need you to
You
leave me
are.
the
You're not
alone.
getting out.
You're not leaving me alone.
At this point, I'm not.
I
gonna
don't
leave
feel
you alone.
comfortable getting out of
That's
the car
fine.
with you
That's
around.
fine. Get out.
No.
Get the.
Oh my
I'm
god,
telling you
this
right
chick
now,
is
this is your last
just
chance.
insane.
I'm out.
All the way
Get
out.
off.
Get out all the way out of the vehicle. All the way. Go over there.
Boo.
Step over there.
No. Get.
Step over there, away from the vehicle. Deja, I'm only giving you one more chance.
I've been out of the vehicle
Now
3,
get
4,
over
5,
there.
6, 7, 8, 9 times.
Now get over here,
Put
Deja.
your hands on me for no
reason. I have every reason to.
No, we're gonna yeah.
You're causing a scene for no reason.
You're causing a scene.
Okay, what this chick is like. Yeah, it doesn't get much better. Okay, like they did. Oh, wait. Here we go. Now they have to put her in this special little bag because she's not dealing with this like a big girl.
I gave her
No, you don't. Your caseworker kicked you out of your vehicle. Like.
You gotta just tell me what's going on.
Not until you file with the
No.
Yeah, you turned 18. Just wait. Oh, here we go. Now you're being a bad girl. We're gonna have to do it. Like, well, I just wonder, like, what was she on something or it just because like. It's taking like 4 cops to get her yet. Like, but I don't blame them. I mean, and that's the thing. Like, normally they would get female police officers to help restrain her. But I think in this young woman's case, like, it would have put the female officers in danger. Like, even these 5 big guys, like, it's like...
It's fine, I'll stop.
No, she ain't stopping.
I'll stop resisting.
I know.
I'll stop.
I like how they just like pick her up and carry her like luggage, especially with the helmet, because she was bumping her head.
Hey, act like a grown adult. Act like a grown adult to stop screaming, and I'll let her come to the window so you can talk to her. You understand? Do you understand? Calm yourself. Stop yelling. Act like an adult, and I'll bring her over here.
Act like an adult.
You're still screaming.
No, it's not going to happen.
Here if you just calm down and act like an adult.
The woman persisted in screaming and was then transported to the hospital due to hitting her head while being placed in the vehicle.
No, ma'am. Because you're going to jail.
Why can't you meet me there?
Because you're going to jail, ma'am.
Because you're going to jail.
Yeah, but you're going to...
Oh, God, she doesn't get better. Like, she said she bumped her head, so they took her to the hospital.
So, like, I don't want him near me. I don't want him around. He doesn't need to be around me.
You need some water?
No, I need you to leave me alone.
You're in my custody.
I don't care. I don't need you to talk to me. I need you to leave me alone. I can talk if I want to. I don't need you around.
All right. No more problem. Holy shit, man. Okay, she keeps going. She keeps going like that. It kind of is. It basically, yeah, she does one set of lungs on her. Like,
at the jail, at our place. I would just take her straight there. She keeps acting like this. I don't want to leave her in this. In this forever. So I like to get her, if possible, straight to the DC. If you want to take her straight to the DC and do the paperwork there, I'm good with that too.
Okay.
Oh God! No, like, what a nightmare! I know. I've played this one before, and it kind of went viral. Like, oh, will I be able to play this with my X Strike? Oh no, see, I've been a bad girl. So I violated, so I still have 6 hours and 9 minutes before I can access my X account. So hey, that's it. That's progress. At least I'm counting down, getting back in their good books, like slowly inching my way from, you know, yeah, I think I pulled these ones up. Exactly. Oh. Only in Canada. No, it's not free here. No. It is like basically turning into China. Like. I hope you had a good meal.
All right, today, all the way from Canada.
Prime Minister's Arrive scam is now flailing out of control. Today, revelations from a Joël Denis Bellevance that...
Context, this is Pierre Poilievre, which is Chief of the Opposition, and he's the frontrunner for the Conservative Party. He's next up. Exactly. So he's going to be the guy going up against Justin Trudeau, everyone's favorite man in blackface. And so that's where we're at right now. And they're going back and forth in Parliament. Now, this is going to be a weird sight for most of you guys, because you guys have never seen how Canadian politics work. It's interesting.
One Arrive scan company received $250 million.
Yeah, I know. I keep buffering. That's gonna, like I said,
Right
it's
to travel,
gonna be like this
and
today.
so that came out. Everyone had to use it. It was basically like your passport in and out
I'm
of the
trying
country.
my best
That's
to-
the app they were talking about, and now there's some funding issues that they're trying to get to the bottom of. Hence, what he's talking about.
One Arrive scan company received $250 million in contracts. Get this straight. The company, 4 employees, headquartered in the basement of a tiny cottage. They got IT contracts, even though they admit they do no IT work. $250 million. WTF.
Oh, he said the F word.
This is the leaders. This is the leaders. Man, really? Oh, he said, what the fuck?
He really said WTF out loud like a Valley girl. Yeah. That's crazy.
OMG, WTF. Like, what's going on?
Canadian politics really makes me cringe. Anyways. If you're wondering why everyone behind him claps, that's just the way it works. Like a bunch of fucking penguins at the fair. Everybody just gets up clapping after their leader claps.
I mean, the USA got WWE. We have this.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. The man can just get up there and say, fart, fart, noise, noise. Fart, fart, noise, noise. Yo, it is.
We are dangerously close to crossing the line in terms of what is considered parliamentary language. That is an abbreviation which is commonly used for language, which is commonly understood not to be parliamentary. I'm going to ask the honourable opposition leader please to withdraw that comment and to use parliamentary language, please.
Where's the funds?
Can you believe that? Bro, I rolled my eyes so hard.
No, I'm with that shit.
WTF is not what it means, Your Honor. It means, where's the
what?
funds? The level of cheese from
No, but that was good. I'm sorry, that was good.
Why isn't the government talking about how to retain skilled labor? Why isn't the infrastructure minister talking about how to implement infrastructure funds and get construction workers back to work in Alberta? Why does this government treat Alberta like a fart in the room that nobody wants to talk about or acknowledge?
Yeah, that would be
that
the best.
Is where my constituents.
She said a fart in the room. That's
now with this government for over a year.
Not even a fart.
Let's keep going. I don't even acknowledge that part.
In the room, baby.
My friend in her speech, but I heard her say a word that I know is distinctly unparliamentary, and I think she may want to withdraw it. The word was F-A-R-T.
That's why I hate these people.
This is high school again. It's like, oh my God, Miss. Sasha said fire. Oh my God. Gavin said, what the fuck?
No.
He said WTF. Oh my God. Miss.
Bro, she thought the word she thought the word was so bad. She couldn't even say
No, I'm not going to say fart. I use the word flatulence. Shut the fuck up.
Are you serious, Mr. Speaker? Like, is my colleague actually serious? I just gave an impassioned speech about supporting Alberta jobs, and that's what the leader of a political party stands up and has to say? No, I don't withdraw it.
Yeah, I'm not sorry because Gavin's a fart.
You guys are watching like, is this real life? I'm telling you, there's so many absurd moments when it comes to Canadian Parliament.
So stupid.
And it's just the dumbest shit that they be debating.
I have a lot to say about the content of my friend's speech. I am deeply concerned, as are all people in this place, for Canadians who are hurting from economic downturn. I'd like to speak to that, but the first important, excuse me.
Two pages done.
But she said the first about farts. I can't. This is gonna sound so bad. I can't wait for these old relics to for them to just walk off into the sunset, never to be seen again. These older politicians who waste their time talking about what words are acceptable, while people are struggling with their finances. This is actually the stuff that be turning me off so much from politics half the time.
And I've never used language that was unparliamentary, not once. And I recognize my friend's passion, but I do not forgive, nor do I accept.
We looked up on page 619.
Oh my God, for real, if you don't shut this shit off.
No.
Oh my God. And these people are paid.
People want us to cover more Canadian politics. I'll tell you exactly why I don't.
Oh my God.
I hate these people so much.
Do you understand what the fuck just happened? Let me tell you what happened. They went and looked if the conversation they were having i.e. the word fart, was correct according to the decorum. Oh my God. Yep. You know what? Sorry. So, oh my God.
You can mute that part.
You guys are paid. Jesus.
In dealing with unparliamentary language, the speaker takes into account the tone, manner, and intention of the member speaking, the person whom the words at issue were directed, and it goes on. What I'm going to say is that sometimes in this chamber, passion takes over and it gets kind of heated, and sometimes we say things out of order or things that may not be parliamentary.
This is a forced. Hold on. This is a speech that you give to kindergarten kids, and now he's giving that to adults. Now, Abba, we're gonna use your words. Okay. Now we're gonna calm down. Sometimes you're passionate. You see what you feel over here, right here? Okay, buddy, that's passion. And sometimes it goes over what you're thinking, and you might say things that you really don't feel. You have to watch for that, buddy. Okay. Words just like fart.
The honourable member said a couple of things that were bordering, but it's up to her to decide whether they were unparliamentary. Someone took offence. I will take it under advisement, bring it back to the table, and we'll go from there.
So it's that the proper legal term in Canada is rectum breeze.
It kind of sounds fired up.
That's funny.
Did you fart? No, rectum breeze.
It would have been hilarious if someone randomly into a hot mic just went.
What's that? Rectum breeze?
I know we can't say F-A-R-T, but can we F-A-R-T?
That's the thing. We're nothing but taking nothing but Alberta like in the room. I think that would be funny.
That's unparliamentary. What?
I didn't say it. What?
I just made a noise.
I already messed this one up.
A rectal breeze.
Nice.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that the rules of the House do not permit us to eat in this place. And I can't help but observing that during the last vote, a number of people were eating in their seats, including the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Canadian Heritage, and the Prime Minister, who appeared to be hiding a bagel in his desk. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has already stained this place with corruption. He does not need to stain it with mustard as well.
And they're so proud when they sit. They're so like, and you can eat that.
Don't ever ask me to cover no Canadian politics ever.
Jesus.
Don't.
Ma'am, he ate a bagel, and we're not allowed to eat bagels. No, this is not recess.
This is a viral video with 4 million views. Don't ever ask me to cover this shit again.
I don't blame him.
Where's the fun?
You can't be real life. Just sometimes you watch this stuff, you're like, these are the people leading us.
Yeah.
During the time of pandemic, the government rightly did everything it could to keep Canadians safe and keep them protected. But of course, even in the most trying times, perhaps especially in the most trying times, all the rules need to be followed.
Justin Trudeau's such a robot. He's such a fucking bot. Every time you're like, Justin Trudeau, where are the funds? Listen, my government during the pandemic made every precaution possible to ensure that every Canadian has safe passage in and out of their homes. And we did that by ensuring a multitude of things, including diversity. Now, our record will show that we are good at our job. Where's the money? Listen, I only did blackface in high school. Now, there's a reason why humans can move forward. Humankind, people-kind, can move forward and not have to... It's like, answer the question. He never answers the question.
He never does.
And people keep wondering, like, how is someone so unpopular constantly winning? And it's just because, honestly, the opposition, it's because the opposition is dog shit.
Up now.
Who was the guy before this? Do you remember? I remember like a big face.
I said up to now.
Yes. And so that's how this guy's been in power for what, 10 years?
So I agree. It was 8. I agree.
Yeah.
Like, people put him there because he looked good. People reelected them because he wanted to legalize weed and then nothing else. Losing money and money and money. That's what it was.
I think his name also helps.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Kennedy name. The Trudeau name has a really good report.
Because his dad was one of them. But
we don't have two terms like in America either.
No, you could stay as long as you're getting elected.
True.
Company that had never before received contracts from the federal government started getting an avalanche of contracts just 3 weeks after this prime minister took office. The company, in fact, got $250 million for IT, even though it admits it doesn't do IT. It has 4 employees and has a headquarters in the basement of a cottage.
$250 million?
For a company with 5 employees.
Jesus.
Yeah, I know, eh?
Run out of somebody's cottage.
Jesus.
Very suspicious. Very, very suspicious. And the thing is, having lots of government contracts isn't weird. Going from having none to having a lot is. Especially if you're not the most reputable company.
No, I think Saskatchewan's actually winning this year above Alberta. They almost had avalanches.
It's not they don't have it.
No, it's actually a bad joke because Saskatchewan is probably, if not the flattest place in Canada,
you have to
but
go
in
through
North America,
on
the continent,
and then
on
the trust system
the universe.
It doesn't just go straight to that amount of money. So the amount of money that they've gotten has
you don't have mountains, you can't have avalanches. Like maybe when it comes off your roof, and
investigating exactly what went on here, particularly highlighted by the Auditor General's recent report.
Yes,
this is an issue we need to continue to understand.
Definitely, Alberta didn't have a good day that day.
Make sure that our procurement practices across government are respectful of taxpayer money.
For this one company, which boasts on its website that it is now Ottawa's fastest growing company. No doubt about that when they're having their faces stuffed with tax dollars by this prime minister. Why is it that when Canadians are starving in food bank lines, the Prime Minister finds $250 million for his friends?
Obviously, the relevant authorities need to follow up on this and get to the bottom of exactly how this unacceptable situation happened. In the meantime, this side of the house is going to continue to focus on making life more affordable for Canadians.
There's a lot of words to say. I don't know what happened.
I believe I have no clue. It's important to note that this didn't happen just since the pandemic. The funding that they received spans over 8 years, I think, since he got elected. And so it's not $250 million just in the pandemic period. They were getting contracts before. Does that make it substantially better? No. There's still a lot of red flags in regards to how this thing and how these people got $250 million. But yeah. I mean, listen, we'll see how the investigation goes. But yeah, that's Canadian politics. We want you guys to get a taste of what we got up here. Anything else?
Shut that shit off.
If you'd like to actually laugh and have a good time, we got our second channel, Apple Priest on the floor, where you can go and get some laughs, juke lead, the button, open the truth, all that good stuff. Go check it out. We got a bunch of videos.
God damn.
Yeah, I've actually done a lot of stuff this weekend. It doesn't feel like it. I thought this was sweet. If you're unemployed and need an outfit cleaned for an interview, we will clean it for free. When times are tough, we will help you keep looking your best. Colton Archer, team leader. I'm not sure what little store his dry cleaners was from, but that's a great,
For more non-binary things,
it can really help
instead of saying
people,
phrases like
you
ladies
know.
and gentlemen or boys and girls, try saying phrases like distinguished guests or beautiful people. Hell, Halloween coming up, you can even say goblins and ghoulies, and it would still be inclusive to all genders.
Do you notice how I was smiling through most of this guy's video? It's because he's funny, and I want to like him. There's a lot of shame that effeminate gay men feel over being that, and I think it can cause some of them to reach for other words, Call me anything but that. I'm non-binary. I'm a third gender. So it's a shield you're putting on to get in between those bullets of people that are going to judge you for being an effeminate gay man. But I love you for being an effeminate gay man. In my head, when I think of like what makes LGBT people cool, real ones, are the fact that they're hyper individualistic. They're living their own life and they don't give a what you think. It's these ones that really give a that have to turn being a funny, sassy, effeminate gay man into this preachy. Now you're getting into that weirdo preachy when you could have just been funny.
Yeah. Like, nobody really cares until you start shoving it in someone else's face. I love her hair. I have a wig like that.
What is something you found out late in life that you should have known earlier, but you just didn't?
Most people put their own needs and their own well-being very first. I mean, it makes sense. You need to take care of yourself. And they will turn around and frame it in such a way. They made all these
even though I'm only on
decisions for your
February
benefit and
right
for
now,
you.
this
The reason
is
this
like
type of thing bothers me, this
gonna
person makes it
go
seem like
so
they did you a
much
favor.
easier.
The reality is they did it for themselves.
No,
there's nothing wrong
this
with
one
that
isn't
inherently.
Blair White.
Then you start to
The
feel
Blair
like
White
you owe
was
them.
up
You
earlier.
turn around and do
Yeah,
stuff for
Blair
them,
White was
putting your
up
own ass
earlier.
on the line. I feel like it's important to be cautious about stuff like that. Someone's pointing out the fact that they did all these nice things for you out of the blue. I feel like it's important to analyze and
Blair
see
White.
what kind of benefits they got from doing that.
She
Just
is
assume
so
that they did it
wonderful.
for that reason. There's nothing wrong with being grateful and kind to someone who did things for you, did things that benefited you. I feel like too often people will use this type of thing to manipulate you. If someone does something that is nice for you, you should have no expectations of it in return. Heck, in a lot of cases, not even bring it up. They did it because they wanted to, because they care about you. If they hold it against you, it's obviously a business transaction and they have some sort of expectation out of you, the result of them doing it for you. Heck, you probably didn't even ask for their help in the first place. It's important to be cautious of what people's actual motives are.
This one I was kind of like, yeah. I don't know if there's truth to this, but it does seem kind
I'm
of.
too hot, too successful in my career. I make too much money. I have too many amazing friends and family, too many cute clothes. Do you know how hard it is to choose an outfit each day? I also have so many amazing and hot people sliding into my DMs every day.
Somebody commented, never really seen a butt crack at chest level. This is the first to be honest. Let me start by saying this is not going to be a video making fun of people's
Love you,
looks.
Crone.
I am better than that. I'm not always better than that, but I'm usually better than that. This is going to be another video commenting and critiquing the narcissistic
It's more the
behaviors
attitude.
of far leftists.
It's
Welcome
more
to
the
another
attitude.
psychological deep dive.
Like, I
For people
could
who do
deal
not
with.
recognize me, hi, I'm a lesbian, so don't think this video is homophobic. I mean, it is more idiot phobic, retard phobic, but also fake phobic, because if you guys know me in real life, I am the type of person, type of friend that will push you to the breaking point in a good way. I will never yes you to death. I will never tell you that what I think you're doing is great, even though it's shit. If you are toxic and unhealthy, I will tell you you are being unhealthy and toxic. And listen, more than one thing tells me that these people are not happy and are definitely toxic.
It's time consuming to respond to all of these messages. Honestly, I've had it too good for too long. I think my problem is that my life is so wonderful and I only have 24 hours of the day to appreciate it all.
First of all, in what world do you know someone that is condescending to at least some people, aka making sure they are better than you, happy with themselves?
You know, I'm tired. 7 a.m. at the physical therapy office, misgendered by someone who I told my pronouns to. And I said, just to let you know, my pronouns are they, them. And they went, oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Notice the monotone, the demeaning voice, kind of like how I'm doing now. The large eyes of disapproval, it's a constant theme. Joelle said it first, not me. Remember a few months ago when I posted a video on here talking about Duper's Delight? They have a creepy smile, and they all kind of do it. It is a telltale sign that they are being manipulative or lying to you and are enjoying it. These people always tell on themselves if you pay close enough attention. If you have not seen that video yet, I highly, highly recommend. It's probably one of my favorite videos I've ever done. Link to that in the description below. Go watch it if you have not already. And it's kind of funny how tuned in I am, as well as most of the people that watch this channel, at least a good amount of you, probably all of you, if you've been watching me for a while, are tuned into this nonsense, right? These people are not. They're absolutely clueless. Much like my friend Lucas's film called Blind Innocence. You can watch it free using the link in the description. It's an amazing film. Very short film. I think it's like 20 minutes. Click the link in the description below if you want to check it out. Here's a little sneak peek.
Blind Innocence.
Just making sure it's still on.
But aware of by none. For this very blindness shields you from its existence. It shields you from its threat to your way of life.
And we're back to more nonsense.
And then I had to explain too many times to my physical therapist that I didn't want to do an exercise where I had to crunch my face into my boobs.
Oh, okay, there it is. There it is. There it is. We need a name for this. Not for this person. So you don't want to crunch your face into your boobs, but you're more than okay with showing your boobs on camera for like potentially millions of people to see.
Oh
I'm not for this. Another way
I'm sure everyone else would love to see me crunch my boobies into my chest.
Could you just make
Ain't
it
gonna
by
happen, but
pronouncing words?
you know,
Almost like you're
it's
talking to a child or
wonderful.
something.
Like, why
It
wouldn't you
seems
love the
very
puppies?
demeaning.
You
See,
know,
when I speak
release
like
the
that,
hounds.
that's what they
No,
do.
Crowan,
Like they're
no,
trying
we
to
ain't doing
make
that.
sense to somebody that they see, that they deem as less intelligent. See the difference between that and this? Very different.
It's important to feel cared for, respected, have your humanity honored. And I'm just, I'm tired. I'm real tired. And I've had a rough morning.
Okay, do you see that? That is not Duper's Delight. We need a term for this. I am making it. I am taking a stand. We are going to call this the patronizing purse. Pursing of the lips. The patronizing purse. When they do that kind of shit, who do you think you are? Who do you know? What do you know? You know, dick.
And then I had to explain too many times to my physical therapist.
Psychologically speaking, it's not so much a controlling tactic here as it is with Duper's Delight. This, to me, it's more about a false sense of superiority, thinking that they're better than you, acting like they're better than you, so much so that it has become a complex. Maybe you've heard of it. The dark side of arrogance, understanding the roots of superiority complex. I remember a time in my life when I was consumed by feelings of superiority. I felt like I was better than others, and I used arrogance as a way to feel superior. Who would have thought? At the time, I didn't understand that these feelings were rooted in insecurity. Also, who would have thought? We already knew this. I thought my arrogance made me special and that I was ahead of others in some way. I was a late bloomer and had trouble finding my way as a man with other guys bullying me because I was just too nice. I don't think these people are too nice. I think they're too dumb. Or I think they're lost and they are definitely looking for someone else to bully so they can feel better about themselves. But guess what? That's not how self-improvement works.
It's interesting to me that people can't seem to grasp the fact that I'm a lesbian, nor can they let go of their incessant need to tell me that I'm not a lesbian.
Like a dude.
But
let
me just remind you that sexuality, by definition, refers to the gender identity of the people that you're attracted to. Gender identity.
I'm sorry.
Sexuality is not about
if I'm
body
hungry
parts.
for a taco, I ain't
There it
looking for
is, the patronizing
sausage.
Purse, the big purse. We're gonna call it the big purse. They look like a little big when they do it. Sexuality is not about body parts.
I'm guilty of that sometimes.
Like, no,
you know.
it is. Yeah, well, sexuality isn't.
I think
Sexual
I'm the
orientation.
most
Sexuality means
amazing
something
super
different than sexual
villain
orientation, but I
on the
guarantee you
planet
this person
for,
doesn't even know the difference.
you know, having a gift
Different
out.
things. Even though they're so specific with their words and their lingo and
Yes,
woke
I'm absolutely
language,
superior.
actual
I'm
words that have been
Canadian.
around for
Of
centuries.
course we
they have no
are.
idea. Here's the thing, right? And we know this because this is what our parents have told us since we were bullied. I mean, everybody's probably been bullied at one point or another in their lives, right? When you actually know that you are more intelligent, I won't say better, but more intelligent than someone else, you are better at something than someone else. And you know your worth. You don't feel the need to speak down about that other person. The only thing that does it creates a fake sense of self-importance. Examples of a superiority
really
complex.
Are good at something,
belittling
you don't
or
need
dismissing
to
other people's
go out of
opinions
your way in a
contributions.
pissing
Not
contest
everything
about
the
it.
leftists do. Competing for
or
attention and
what
admiration
words like
by TikTok, behaving condescendingly towards others they deem inferior. Literally textbook. And remember, you can never be as good as them either. People do not even want to hire them anymore. And I can't blame them. I wouldn't want to hire them.
As a lot of y'all know, I was forced to quit my job a couple of weeks ago due to severe transphobia and ableism, including being physically
they just seem really fussy. I don't know. Is it just me?
Another telltale sign I want to talk about is crazy eyes. And I feel like this is definitely a meme that goes around on like non-leftist or like right-wing Nazi conservative Twitter. Really, it's just like non-leftist Twitter. The thing that we say when we post in response to the memes is it's always in the eyes, or it's always the eyes. We can always see the crazy eyes when someone's saying some crazy ass. I mean, look at this person. Apparently they threatened libs of TikTok publicly. Dumb. I wish I could pin down the way that all of these eyes are similar in the same way that Duper's Delight has a like a very specific way that they smile, and I haven't been able to pin it down just yet. The only thing I could think of is that their eyes are always a little bit wider, and I don't know how I know. Maybe it's just the energy, but I just know, and I know you guys know what I mean too. You can just tell. Crazy eyes are crazy eyes. Maybe it's because like the eyes is the soul and their soul is lost. Like I don't really know what it is, but I know and you know, and I know you know, and you know I know.
Hello. Regarding recent Putin's interview to Tucker Carlson, it is nothing but the example of Russian propaganda aimed at American people with an attempt to influence the outcome of the upcoming US elections.
Maybe it's also the fact that their eyes have no emotion. Everything they say is a script. It's like programmed into them. Their eyes are just like a facade.
It's weird.
Of what's actually going on back
really
here,
weird.
which is nothing. It's just programmed. Like a tape recorder.
Some folks will try to socially shame you for wearing a mask, even though COVID is still the third leading cause of death in our country. They want to socially shame you because they feel socially shamed themselves by you.
And no, I don't know anyone that shames people for wearing masks anymore. I mean, most of the time I'll just point and laugh at them. Like maybe, I guess that maybe kind of is shaming, but like whatever, you're dumb at this point. Also, crazy eyes.
If anyone's wondering, my love languages are questioning the state, challenging the status quo at social convention, radical self-reflection and self-acceptance, dismantling capitalism, and Affleck.
Serious question. Have you ever seen anyone that looks like this, that is pro-capitalist, pro-freedom of speech, pro-anything that's anti-leftist? Honestly, no. I have not seen anybody that is on the other side of things that looks this way. And these people actually don't want to better themselves either. They hate themselves. They hate white people. They hate anyone who they themselves believe are above them. So really, it's just self-inflicting pain.
Your joy is not resistance. Matter of fact, your joy is what got us here in the first place. Like, your joy is why we're having to resist.
Don't be happy.
Y'all putting yourselves and finding yourselves and, like, your own joy in front of everybody else is what got us here.
Got us where, though? Got us to people despising these woke commies, the new woke queer community that love communism and socialism, that are control freaks and science deniers, that are blue-haired, septum-piercing, having AM
I know, it's like that bull
pronouns.
ring. It's
Wait a
like,
second. Actually,
is it a code?
Those types of people is
Like,
what,
does
is what
like
got us here.
big one
Guess
make
what?
you
You're
top
included
or
in that.
bottom?
You're included in that, kid.
Like,
See how the
like what the
patronizing
hell
I
is
look
it?
at the smile that I'm doing. See how I did that? You guys are learning quick. And don't act like you're not part of that just because of your skin color, just because you're black. You can be an idiot too. How can you be so woke that you hate happiness? That you hate joy? How is somebody else's joy negatively affecting you? That is literally the premise of gay rights and gay marriage. How is our happiness affecting you? We should be able to live in happiness and peace. We are consenting adults. Leave us alone. Now you're saying that other people's happiness is affecting you? That makes no sense. If you guys enjoyed this video, give it a big thumbs up. Make sure you subscribe if you are not already, and go and check out Lucas's film Blind Innocence. Link in the description below. Make sure you go and support companies and brands that support this channel and our message and our beliefs, and also you can watch it for free, so why not? I will see you guys back here on Sunday with a brand new video. Until then, I love you. Keep calling out the bullshit. Bye.
Just Just gotta write this one thing down so I don't lose track of where I am. There we go. Okay. On to the next one. It really does. We've created this toxic culture. Like, well, speaking of toxic cultures, here's Spring Break. What is something?
Spring Break crowns in Miami Beach
sorry, I have
are
a
starting
and it
to
keeps
swell.
like
Why Miami
itching.
Beach?
It's the best place to go for spring break.
But one thing's already clear. Those flocking to South Beach for some fun in the sun are aware that the rules are going to be very different this year.
If you plan on coming to Miami Beach for spring break, don't do it. All of the streets are blocked down here. Do not come down here.
The city's high-profile campaign to break up with spring break.
This isn't working anymore.
And it's not us. It's you.
Includes videos like this.
You can expect things like curfews, bag checks, and restricted beach access, DUI checkpoints, $100 parking.
All of it coming after violence and bad behavior marred the last few years.
I'm on March now.
Police
Yay.
trying to monitor seas
I'm
of
just
out-of-control
whipping through
partiers
this
on
year.
Ocean Drive.
It's okay.
And gunshots
worth it.
that have prompted stampedes and claimed lives. A group of students from Virginia heard about the city's recent spring break history. Did you see the stampedes?
I did. It's scary. It really is.
But it felt comforted by what they've seen this spring break.
The lines to get into places at night have been a lot shorter, but there's been a lot more security.
We have a very, very good plan. Miami Beach's police chief, Wayne Jones, telling us every member of the department is working extended hours spring break. And they're using new drone technology from Skydio to track incidents and those in distress. He says the city's safety plan is comprehensive and the message crystal clear.
We will invite you back. If you don't hear you break your law, we'll likely going to arrest you.
Miami Beach is serious about this breakup.
Yeah.
Does that mean that
People
some
are
of those
fed
visitors
up.
might pour into other areas, neighboring cities, neighboring beaches?
Yeah, Greg, there's definitely concerns over a ripple effect here that you might have cities like Fort Lauderdale and Hollywood to our north that are thinking stricter measures here will push folks farther north to Broward. We do know that in Fort Lauderdale, they have an increased police presence there and a bar watch program to help bartenders spot suspicious behavior. The reality, though, is down here, a lot of the beaches in South Beach will be closed for the next 2 weekends, and it could cost $100 to stay 40 blocks away. They will try to do whatever they can to make it difficult, if not impossible, to stay on Miami Beach.
We are never, ever, ever getting back together, says Miami Beach. Okay, Sam, thank you.
Man, that's one of my favorite spring breaks. Back in
Well, that's explained everything. They're like,
Oh,
they close the
boy.
door now. Dilly, what's up? Craig ruined it for everybody. Way to go.
Thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on our streaming channel, Today All Day. To watch, head to today.com/allday or click the link right here.
I know some of it I find weird as well. Like, you know, you kind of want to go to it for the solitude, not like, if I want to do that, I'll go to a wave park, you know, and at least not have to worry about, you know, creatures or, you know, sharks or...
Davies County paraprofessionals arrested for allegedly having a sexual relationship with a student.
Oh,
42-year-old
dirty.
Alicia Deckard of Scales Mound, Illinois, was arrested yesterday on multiple counts of criminal sexual assault and aggravated criminal sexual abuse. Deckard is employed as a paraprofessional with the local school. A report was made that she allegedly engaged in a sexual relationship with a 17-year-old
just
student.
why? Why do people
Deckard is held in the
be
Davies County
creepy
jail.
and
This is an
gross?
ongoing investigation.
Yeah, I hope it is. I hope it just kind of... I kind of like this one.
The oldest bell foundry in the world has been using ancient techniques since the Middle Ages. It takes at least 3 months to make a bell by hand. The bottom and the top cup create the shape of the bell. The middle layer looks exactly how the final bell will look. so it will eventually be destroyed to make way for the bronze. They start off by building the bottom cup. Then, a worker slathers it with clay to create the middle cup, or what they call the false bell. A wooden ruler sets the exact shape, height, and weight of the final piece. This is the part that will be destroyed later. But before we get there, they have to bake the clay from the inside out. Next, they apply more clay to form the top cup, called the mantle. It provides the outside shape.
Of course, I get a text message and everything crashes. It'll come back. Come on. Okay, maybe not. Well, it is weird. Or you
the bell. Once this dries,
or
they lift the mantle
it,
to
like you ever
expose
see
the false
those
bell.
pools
Then it's
in
finally time
China
to
where it's
destroy
just
it
like
to make way for the bronze. For
everyone
small
in their
bells,
little
they break down the
floaty,
mantle
and all
by
it is
hand.
people,
Finally,
and it's
workers
just like,
polish the finished bells until they
oh,
shine.
it's like human soup. And even around like some beaches, like there's actually an oil slick from just everyone's tanning oils and stuff. Like, that's pretty gross. You know, there's too many people on the beach. And I love beaches and surfing and everything, but it just, I don't know, man. Some of it's like, I totally agree. I never saw the appeal of that even in university. It's just gonna load. No. Well, maybe no. It might. Just my neighbor turned on his tap, so that's gonna screw up my signal for a bit. It's okay. Like, will it? Okay. No. Yeah. No. It's just because he turned on. Okay. Well. Apparently that one's not loading. Okay. Let's see if that one loads. No, maybe once he's done in the shower. Oh, no, we're dead. We're almost good.
Paying
There we
very
go.
close attention,
See,
and when it
sounds
comes
like
down
that.
to it, they might be a big company, but this is still fraud.
This Bay Area woman is the prime suspect in an Amazon fraudulent return scheme. Good evening,
So
I'm Keith
exactly
Bates.
how did she do
Investigators say
this?
she gamed the
Like
return
step by
process to get
step.
hundreds of thousands
This
of
is
dollars
an
in
old
refunds
article.
from
You can't
Amazon.
actually do
Justin
this
Tucker is live
anymore.
with Sheriff's Office.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be kind of hit and miss for the next
Jenny
little
Keith,
while.
anything too else, met some of her former neighbors who
Only
told her
like
they would
5 more
constantly
days.
see
5 more
packages
days and it'll
being
be back
dropped off on
to
her doorstep.
regular speed.
32-year-old Hate Timma lives at this home in Palm Harbor. But this
Even
Tampa
if you sent me
dress
money,
case
it wouldn't
listed
fix
in her
it.
grand
It
theft
is
arrest
just
report. Neighbors
how
tell Ann on your
rations
side
go.
they notice daily deliveries
I
coming
wish
to the
it
store.
was different,
One told me
but
she
this
noticed
is
boxes
just how
piled up to the
Canada
ceiling
is.
inside. Another neighbor tells you when they
I
recently
almost had
moved
to
out,
get like a
her
second
husband said they were
line
keeping
just
this
to.
address for his wife's business.
This one found a
I'll figure it out.
a very large company that all of us use almost daily, weekly, a lot of times. And she took advantage of that loophole.
Unless I get a second line, like I'm already maxed out on.
She's accused of manipulating the company's return
Like they're
policies
maxed.
by reusing prepaid shipping labels from canceled returns.
Basically, what she was
I
doing
can do
is
some things, but I
claiming that
can't
she paid
do
for the shipping prices
streaming
when she
like
didn't do
this
it.
and
This
have
court
it
document
stable.
says when Amazon received the packages, they would refund the defendants in the amount of $3.99 a package. Since 2015, investigators say her accounts have more than 42,000 individual
Good
returns,
grief.
resulting in reimbursements of more than $165,000 from Amazon.
They have a fraud
That
department.
is
They were tracking her
incredible.
for a while.
Timma is already bonded out of jail, so Eight on your side wanted to know. What were you doing making all those returns?
No, I don't have any comment.
Do you have an attorney we could reach out to?
Not yet.
And an Amazon spokesperson tells Eight on your side they have systems in place to detect suspicious activity, and they've cooperated with this sheriff's office to hold the suspect accountable. We're live tonight in Hillsborough County. I'm Justin Shecker. 8 on your side.
Good scam. Like,
Hi. For the last several months, I've served on the House of Commons Environment Committee, where I've learned a lot about endangered species. For some of those species, I have a lot of sympathy and concern, like the caribou, or Saskatchewan's own burrowing owl. But there's one endangered species for whom I have no sympathy: the Justin Trudeau Liberals. With the Trudeau government's carbon tax, inflationary spending, and general incompetence, Liberal supporters are disappearing at an alarming rate. Won't you help? With your donation to the Keep Trudeau Endangered Fund, you can ensure that Liberal support remains at risk until the next election and beyond. Furthermore, you can benefit from generous federal political tax credits that can double, triple, or even quadruple the impact of your gift. So please take a minute right now to help make sure the Justin Trudeau Liberals become electorally extinct. Click the donate button or visit reelectmichaelcram.ca. Thank you for your support.
and I don't know who would do this or where they would put it or stick it. No pun intended.
From a local art gallery. A 40-pound thumbtack was outside the art gallery.
That's like $1 a
We're told
pound.
it was stolen last week. So tonight we spoke with Hunter Spiegel. He owns the art gallery. He also made the thumbtack. He says it's the thieves aren't just hurting him; they're hurting everyone.
I felt violated for sure, in the sense that and disrespected for my art, and I felt really bad for the actual art itself, and I actually felt bad for the community because it's the pushpin is very iconic, and for the gallery to represent us showcasing innovative new art and work, and that's what it stands for.
Hickory police say they are investigating, and if you know anything, please give them a call. Siobhan.
We'll see what I can write off. If I can, I don't know if I can write these off, but. Whoa, that was a crazy one. Let's not pull up that one. Yeah, basically, like, they threw their kids off their roof and tried to fake it. Wasn't really good.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Canadian Shield.
sometimes the politicians will take a story or a press release and they'll try to bury it in the Friday releases. And it's no different, or they'll try and do it when something else is happening, and it's no different when Parliament is not sitting. Now, between the media not covering them or asking them the softball questions or asking them the questions that were actually drafted by the person doing the press release, and then they tone it down when they release it, they don't talk about it with their media personalities. They just say nothing about it. And on the one hand, the government gets to say, no, we released that story. But on the other hand, it didn't get any traction because of the time and the way that they released it. This is no different when Parliament is not sitting. They also try to do these things to have the illusion that they're still trying to do something, but the reality is that they want the message to be ignored. Now, before I get into it, I would encourage you to like, comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and tell all your friends. All right, let's listen to the public safety minister talk about
everything
how he's ignoring the ruling from the courts, but holding on to the Rouleau report. Now I need you to listen kind of closely, then I'll explain to you what he's actually saying. All right, let's do it.
The Commission's final report found that the high threshold to invoke the Emergencies Act was met. The decision was appropriate. It also contained 56 recommendations to address gaps that were identified and proposed changes that should be made if the Act were ever to be invoked again. Ways that we can increase the presence of the City of Ottawa Police in terms of the larger parliamentary campus, and can the RCMP and the Government of Canada institute a more permanent coordination and presence of police officers in the parliamentary precinct and around Parliament Hill. We are, as you know, also in the process of preparing potential legislative changes to the CSIS Act, the Security of Information Act, the Criminal Code, as a broader modernization of intelligence legislation and national security legislation.
You didn't announce a review of the Emergencies Act when you announced the CSIS Act review. So when is the Emergencies Act review starting and when will it be completed? Because Rouleau, you gave 9 months to do all his work. He gave you 12 months and you're saying we need more time.
Yeah, we do need more time because it's complicated, as Commissioner Rouleau identified himself. A number of these recommendations touch directly on other orders of government. Changing the Emergencies Act necessarily has an impact in terms of the relationship between Canada and provinces and territories.
If I'm dealing with a refund,
we are prepared to look at the definition as contained in the Emergencies Act that references the CSIS Act. But we think thoughtful
some of them are big,
discussion
but they're so
around
smart,
modernizing national security legislation, which is coming in the next number of months. We are beginning detailed discussions with provinces on the Emergencies Act, but the good news is we're also going to be able to reflect on the broader discussion of national security legislation modernization.
It does.
When the CSIS Act was prepared, there was no iPhone. You can see that there's a certain gap in some of those authorities. So we think a thoughtful, more holistic review of national security legislation is the time to deal with the very thoughtful recommendation in the Emergencies Act as well, to begin the work of improving both the coordination amongst police services, the sharing of intelligence information, the better coordination in terms of requests for assistance, direct measures, for example, to improve the Criminal Intelligence Service's ability to share with policing partners. The idea of embedding in sort of a unified command structure the presence of the Ottawa Police Service. But we think the Government of Canada has to strengthen its partnership, for example, with the Ottawa Police Service. So I will be having something to say in detail, I hope, in the coming weeks around increased investments that will make this possible. Discussions with Director Duhem, you can imagine how technology and the nature of national security threats has evolved in 40 years. We think that it's time for Parliament to consider a modernization not only of the CSIS Act, but the Security Information Act, the Criminal Code. All of this is in the context of
I've been
our
finding like the
continued effort
recaps,
to
like just
strengthen
even to get
our
caught up
capacity to
on
detect and counter
modern
foreign
movies, or
interference.
there's so many Asian movies.
You just heard the public
You
safety
know,
minister talk about how
I don't have
instead
time
of
for
worrying
a
about the fact that
2-hour
the courts
movie,
have
but
overturned
they do a
his
good
use
job on
of
a
the
lot of the
Emergencies Act,
recaps, you know.
despite the fact that the individual who studied even their own person, Rouleau, gave 55 recommended changes. 55 recommended changes. And he says, well, they told us what we want to hear because they said that it was justified, even though there were 55 things that didn't match. 55, not one or two.
No,
This is
one
an
or two,
enormous number.
just-
This is legislation that they enacted on this country, and they did at least 50 things incorrectly. 50. Then you heard the public safety minister mention how, well, what we really need to do, instead of worrying about how we made it, how we didn't worry, we're not worrying about the Emergencies Act. We're going to go on to the criminal code, and we're going to go on to this other legislation, the CSIS Act, so that we can essentially enact the ability to spy on your telephone, because we think that too many of the truckers were texting one another. We didn't know what they had to say, and we couldn't, even though we had the Emergencies Act enacted, we didn't have the technology ready because we didn't get the appropriate legislation to release the funds to buy that stuff. And also, we couldn't really march out into the people sooner because we only had a limited amount of parliamentary police and RCMP, and the Ottawa police were busy doing other things inside of the city, and so we couldn't call on them to help us do what we wanted to do by going out in there and taking all the gas cans and chasing small children away from carnival rides. But this time, we're going to change the legislation. We're going to change the criminal code. We're going to change everything so that we can start to spy on you, so that we can take the technology and use it against the Canadian citizen. This is what he is saying. He's going about it in a roundabout way, and that's why they did this press conference when Parliament wasn't sitting. When, you know, some parts of the country are on spring break and other parts of the country are getting ready for spring break, because they don't want anybody to pay attention to the idea that this individual is ignoring the crimes they committed with the invocation of the Emergencies Act, and attempting to go forward to fill in all the things that they didn't get to do, like spy on your telephone, and utilize the Ottawa police as an extension of their body, as an extension of the parliamentary execution of the Emergencies Act. So this is why it was hidden by the mainstream media, and this is why they released it when nobody was listening. And I think that you and I need to appreciate the fact that this is creeping totalitarianism.
Yeah.
This is, 1980s Romania. This is really dangerous stuff.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Do you think that these members of parliament have the right to tell you when they can and cannot listen in on your telephone? Do you believe
Well, they
that
can listen in right now.
They should have the right
They can,
to sit on your laptop and decide whether or not a few
yeah, I
keystrokes
know.
that
They
you
seem
made
to
are
like
hate?
doing that, though.
Do you think that they have the right to decide what you can and cannot hate? Because that's what they're talking about doing. They're talking about turning Canada into the communist bloc of the Soviet bloc, of the 50s of the Cold War. Now, that's a little bit of a different video, and I'll get to that one. I just wanted you to hear it from their own mouth. He doesn't care about the Emergencies Act. He doesn't care about the court case. He doesn't care about the fact that the people that he hired to look into it still recommended 55 or 56 changes. 56 changes. No, he thinks it's a good opportunity to change the legislation to allow him to spy on your Apple, on your phone, on your laptop, to intercept communications that you have without ever asking, without ever telling you what they're listening to, without ever having to justify whether or not it's legal or not. This is not the way that Canada should be living. This is not freedom. This is the opposite of that. And I think as a country, we need to say enough is enough is enough is enough. You can't balance a budget. You can't keep the borders safe. You can't keep the labs safe, but yet you somehow think that you should be entrusted to write legislation that will enable the next generation to completely abuse it should they so desire. Anything that is written down has to be what they call, where I come from, corruption proof. You have to be able to make sure that the next individual doesn't lose their mind, lose their temper, and utilize it and abuse it. I don't see his words saying that at all. What I see is his indication that he's going to change legislation to allow CSIS, the RCMP, and the Ottawa Police and other police forces and jurisdictions in other parts of the country to all be tied together into one gigantic police force so that they can work together, spying on your phone and listening to you no matter what the threat, just because they feel like it. And they'll come out and they'll say, oh, no, it's national security. We're after terrorists. So if that's the case, then you shouldn't need to change criminal code. Oh, no. They'll say, well, we got to change the criminal code because they could be in the country. So you will be going after people in the country.
April now. Yay.
Okay, I'm going to wrap there. I encourage you to like, comment,
pockets.
subscribe, hit the notification bell, and tell all your friends.
Are good.
Thanks for listening, and I'll talk to you next
Well,
time.
not as it used to be. I don't know what kind of cheese you're using, but it doesn't melt the same. I kind of just, I like the little, like, pizza pillows. Like, just a little, like, mini ravioli things. Who knows if this will load? None of my images are loading, so I did have beautiful
Aspen Baxter
artwork in
says that she
between
came home from a
funny
doctor's
quotes,
appointment
but
last week to an
not today.
unexpected gift. I went out to Juanette to meet her, see it all for myself.
What may look like a concrete box to some is a lifesaver for Aspen Baxter in more ways than one.
It makes me so emotional because I'm so thankful.
The unexpected gift, much like the unexpected turn her life took in 2021. A freak reaction to medication left her paralyzed.
I haven't been able to walk or feel from the waist down ever since.
Turning her outcome into an opportunity, she started sharing her story on social media.
I basically encourage other people who are disabled or have mental or physical illness to just get out there and continue to live life no matter what you go through.
It was through her posts her followers learned of her fear of tornadoes.
We lost our house to the May 19th, 2013 tornado. I was very traumatized by the situation.
The shelter her home wasn't wheelchair accessible.
I was having to basically throw myself down the steps, and we eventually got a stair slide to where I was able to slide in on a beanbag.
A follower, a total stranger,
a gentleman that I've never met in my life,
put a plan in motion searching for someone to build a wheelchair accessible storm shelter at her home. A surprise, a year in the making. Baxter returning home from a doctor's appointment to see the shelter going up outside her house.
Just like
I can roll right in. It'll fit my family, our dogs, and everything.
The installation of these really do not take a long time at all.
That's a really
roughly
good
2 hours.
Evan Rod owns Superior Safe Rooms, donating the shelter and all materials.
It was just a humbling experience.
Aww.
I was just
I love street stories
of
like
the
this.
opportunity
Yeah.
to do something like this for somebody.
The kind gesture of strangers now opening the door for Baxter.
I still haven't met them. I'm hoping to because what they did was amazing. Oh, Baxter says she's working on setting up a meeting with the man who made this shelter happen. Basically, he was the one who reached out and set it all up, and
that's
now
incredible.
she's
You don't
safe.
think about, tornado shelters for those who are disabled, those who don't walk around. That's incredible. That's
Well,
really
you
cool.
kind of want to go
excited about
underground,
it.
but you can't do that, unless you ramp it down. Well, I mean, she's pretty independent, except for,
Welcome everybody, Marcel Ernie Racing. Today we're talking about Trudeau's carbon tax, his carbon tax scam. Just a massive tax, guys. And let's just watch a little video here. Here we go.
Yeah, we're gonna get taxed, oh my goodness.
I just got this from Facebook Messenger from a small business in Orangeville.
It's unbelievable. You got to come and take a look at this bill. It's their gas bill. So
Holy
look at this.
crap.
The gas supply charge. That's the amount of gas. $600. The federal carbon tax
Holy
is
crap.
$585. It's literally as much as they're being charged for using gas. And they're going to have to pay HST on top of that. This is happening to every single business, big and small, across Canada. And you wonder why everything's so expensive. It's unbelievable. This is the biggest rip-off a government has ever come up with. Guess what? It's going up again on April 1st. Thank you, Justin Trudeau.
It's going up. Oh, man. All right, guys, we're back. So, yeah, he's been doing the carbon tax every year. It's going to quadruple on now the 4th year. And this is just not just on natural gas. It's on everything gas-related. You know, your gasoline at the pump, your propane, your natural gas, your home heating oil, everything. Well, except for a few people in Atlantic Canada on heating oil in particular. So he's demographically challenged. This is one of the biggest taxes that Trudeau's done, probably, beside
Yeah, I just move to one side of the room and everything just crashes, but that's okay. It's gonna happen. Unfortunately. Oh, it's just gonna be like this. Yeah, it's just going to be one of these days. Oh, there we go. See? Now it's smartened up. I can't say.
This is Xavier, and he's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu instructor. This is his son, who's 12 months old. This dude did the unspeakable, awful Trumo thing to his son, and then murdered him, his own son. But I like this picture of Xavier much better. This is what 20 inmates did to him when he got to prison. They did to him what he did to his son with a broomstick and other assorted things that they just had laying around after they stabbed him all these different times. Then they took him to medical and he had to get sewn up and stitched up. And then when he got back to mainline, it happened again. And I'm not saying that two wrongs make a right when it comes to raping somebody, but what I'm saying is, homie, like, I understand. Like, you ain't gonna catch me pegging somebody with cleaning supplies, but if they want to do it, I'm gonna look that way. Apparently,
no, I'm
about
a third of the way through. Halfway through.
Either time this happened.
I'm making good progress.
Hope it gets worse. Toodles.
No, I'm actually making really good progress on it. It's a lot to go through. Like, I mean, Trudeau spends money like it's water, but...
This pandemic has provided an opportunity for a reset.
Obviously, this is an unacceptable situation. We have significant questions, as do all Canadians, for the public servant processes that allowed for this to go forward this way. That's why there are ongoing investigations. There will be consequences and accountability for anyone found breaking the law. And we need to make sure that anyone, particularly who profited from a once-in-a-century pandemic where everyone was working hard to save lives and protect people, to line their own pockets or to profiteer from it, that there be consequences for them.
So is he going to face some consequences for that? I would love to pull up that list of TikTok, but unfortunately, I am still in X jail.
I got misgendered at work on Wednesday. I was 3 hours into my long shift. And I immediately was like, no, I need to leave. So I left. I went home. And since then, I have been spiraling.
Rewind it if you need to. She smiled.
Spiraling.
She's smiling about it because she could not be more lit emotionally that she had something happen that she is able to hop up on TikTok and make a video about. First of all, get that content, that clout, and then also have people feel bad for her and cry for her and tell her she's such a strong warrior for going to work. So I got misgendered at work today.
That's right.
And, I'm spiraling. You're smiling when you're saying spiraling because you're very excited about it, and you are literally so delusional that you think anyone's calling you anything other than she as you're primping your hair, telling them a story about how someone said something that hurt your feelings.
Sorry, it's just really hurting my hand to write, but I can't figure it out otherwise. So I'm just gonna push past the pain.
Forget to put your phone in airplane mode on the airplane, and you lose service after a while. It's because cell towers point down; they don't point up. So as soon as you get above the cell towers, you have no more service. All you're doing then is aggravating the pilot. How much area does a cell tower cover? Well, out in the Midwest, where you have more cows than people, you can cover a lot of area with a single cell tower because cell tower placement is based on not population but subscriber density for a carrier. So if you have a highly subscribed area of AT&T, you'll see a lot of AT&T towers. If I have two cell towers and they're 3 miles apart, the maximum range for any cell tower in that area is going to be about 1.5 miles because they interfere with each other. A cell tower and a cell phone leave from a tower is no big call. 2 miles for AT&T, about 35 miles for Sprint Verizon. But again, it's limited by geography, by subscriber density. So if you're in downtown Chicago trying to make a phone call, what's happening is the radio waves are not coming directly to their phone. They're bouncing off of buildings and eventually getting to you. That's called multipathing.
There we go. One more month. One more month's done. Yes, I got them. Woohoo! Now we're on to me. I'm actually whipping through these. Do I want to pull up one more? I might pull up one more. Which one to pull up? How about this one? See, I'll probably draw up one more, but I'm starting to get tired, and I want to just keep, like, I'm like, some of these months I don't have a lot to go through, so it really will go really fast. I actually think I might just shut it down. No. I don't know. Let's just see how I do with this next one. Because I want to kind of get through some of these. Just so I don't forget them. Like, I find sometimes if they stay too long, I know this is a lot of pages. But this is what, if you have a business, you know, you kind of gotta go with it. And I think I pulled up some of this one. Oh no, that's the problem. Okay, let me just find it. That's the problem, because if it's... Oh, here it is. That one. There you go. I'm glad you're enjoying them, Chroma. There we go. Now I got the right one.
You may think that some of the illicit substances that are on our streets are getting here by Mexico, Central America, or even perhaps, as it turns out, they're our own government supply, and yes, there's plenty of it. Now, before we get into today's show, I want to say, tune into the live stream tonight. If you're not already subscribed to the channel, please do that now. You'll get a notification for when we go live at 9:30 Eastern Time. Tonight's special guest is Jim McMurdy. He's a teacher who was fired in British Columbia for telling the truth to students about what happened with the residential schools. We all know that truth and reconciliation is something that we're looking for here in Canada. Well, truth is where we start with that. Now, into the story, BC's safe supply drugs are being sold by organized crimes across Canada, says the RCMP. And this is a recent drug bust that happened in BC here. And this is only a portion of the drug seized by Prince George BC RCMP. This is all stuff that is actually headed for, you guessed it, the same people that they're pushing it on. But who's this being pushed on? Mostly children. This is being pushed on kids to try to get them started in the whole opioid crisis that we're having here in Canada, North America, around the world. Lots of people are getting addicted to these substances, and it is a pandemic, probably the real pandemic that's happening here in Canada. Let's go over this story. Thousands of opiate pills obtained by prescription through a safe supply, in quotes here, harm reduction program have been seized by police in Prince George, BC, after they were found to have been diverted to organized crime groups reselling them across Canada. they're getting more people addicted to these substances. This is what's happening. And then eventually they'll end up in the government supply program. But why go to cartels to get these drugs when you could go to the pharmaceutical industry themselves and make it legal? And this is largely what they've been doing. Organized crime groups are actively involved in the redistribution of safe supply and prescription drugs, says Corporal Jennifer Cooper of the RCMP's Prince George Detachment. Many of the pills that were seized had been prescribed to specific individuals, but were found all collected together, no longer belonging to those individuals, she said. She added, might mean how we regulate our safe supply might need a sober second glance. Now, I did report on this last month, I believe it was. This is the video. I'll make sure that there's a link up in the card and in the description down below. You can go check this out, where they're actually supplying these drugs to minors, and without your approval. Adam Zivo wrote this article for National Post saying BC plans to give safer supply fentanyl to minors, and parents won't have a say. No minimum age is listed on the protocols for providing youth with taxpayer-funded recreational bad stuff. Let's just say it, and it is bad stuff. This is no good stuff for anybody. In what constitutes a clear trampling of parental rights, British Columbia recently authorized the provision of safer supply stuff, tablets, to youth across the province, regardless if the parents are informed or agree to this measure. The provincial government has provided limited access to safer supply tablets since at least 2020, primarily through a small-scale pilot project. However, last August, the British Columbia Centre on Substance Use, an influential research organization, published protocols permitting doctors and nurses to prescribe safe tablets to adults and minors. Now, this all gets conflated because there's that recent film.
I don't even know if I'm going to be able to make it through this. This is
Canada
just so
is
boring.
dying.
I'm like
I'll leave a link in
falling
the description
asleep.
for that as well. But
Oh god.
he was talking about a different substance that the government was supplying. I don't want to keep saying these names because the transcript
Oh
will
my god, I'm
pick it
so
up.
tired.
But this is actually giving the other substance. There are multiple of these protocols being pushed out at the same time.
I might actually cut the stream
trials
soon.
happening.
I'm
And
just
they're
getting so
pushing
tired.
for this agenda. Now,
I don't
there's
want to, like,
no
fall asleep
evidence
on
based
camera.
on this that this will actually work.
Oh my
And this
God.
is a write-up, again, links in the description. BC Safer Supply Tablet Protocol excerpts regarding absence of evidence supporting this intervention. Providing these tablets to reduce harms associated with unregulated opioid use is not an evidence-based intervention. To date, there is no evidence available supporting this intervention, safety data, or established best practices for when and how to provide it. Prescribed tablets have been utilized in 3 problematic settings in British Columbia, with evaluation of this novel intervention underway in these locations. So there is no evidence. They're saying this is the whole thing. They're bringing this forward as if there is evidence, yet the evidence is not yet been accumulated. They're trying to establish the evidence in this. But this is what's happening. What we've seen in Prince George is people taking prescribed medication, some of which is dedicated as safe supply of prescription drugs, and selling them to organized crime groups in exchange for more potent illicit drugs. The organized crime groups are then taking the prescription drugs and selling them interprovincially across Canada. The government is the supplier now in this case. But I'm going to leave this one at that. I want you to know that we'll be live streaming tonight again. The guest tonight will be Jim McMurray, BC teacher who was fired for telling the truth about what's been happening. Subsequently, he went into writing and wrote a lot about this particular situation in Canada. So I'd love you to tune in tonight for that. That's at 9:30 Eastern time. Hopefully, we'll see all of you. No, we won't see all of you, of course, but anyone who has the time this evening, to tune into that. But leave a comment in the comment section down below. Let me know what you think about this whole safe supply malarkey that's been happening. The government has turned into the pusher in Canada. And this is as the opioid crisis has gotten worse and worse in Canada. If you've been to the downtown east side of Vancouver, you'll know all about that, but you don't have to go there. It's popping up in so many towns and cities across Canada.
Yeah.
It is really abhorrent. I just want to leave a comment in the comment section down below. Let me know what you think, and we'll see you in the next one. We'll see you tonight in the live stream. Keep on tracking.
And I'm going to shut her down for now. I will be back later. Hopefully I will have worked my way down through this. I'm just getting a migraine, so I got to let you go. Love you. Thank you for joining me, and